Sorry. Very good morning to you all. Very good morning, online students. I hope I am audible and also the screen is visible. Online students, I hope I am audible. Yes, sir. So in our previous class, we started discussion with the topic called as income from business or professional. We had discussed few points on income from business and profession. Very majorly we covered depreciation. Today we will see the other topics covered under PGBP. Next section for discussion is what, sir? Section 35. Section 35. Now from today, whatever you are going to write, you may not get time to write. Okay, so please keep that in mind. So accordingly, if you want to write, you write, or else don't write. From today, I'll share the material, complete set material. I'll share it with you guys. Section 35. Section 35 talks about what, sir? Scientific research. Nice section it is, easy section. Section 35 called as scientific research. There are many businesses in which research is done. There are many businesses in which research is done. For example, do you know Lays? Chips. Now when Lays was first started, which was the first chips it launched? Which flavor? In India, we know, sir, yellow color, red color, blue color. First time when Lays started, it started with yellow color, classic salt. First time when Lays has started, it started with what, sir? This yellow color, classic salt. Okay. Now if you see, in Lays we have so many different varieties. We have classic, we have barbecue flavored, we have cheddar and sour cream, dill pickle, then we have salt, we have, all these are Pakistani flavors, with India flavor. We have tangy tomato. We have different flavors, correct? No? Oh wow, we have sizzling hot. We have Hey, has anyone tried all these things? It is very spicy. Yeah. Okay, so so many different Lay's flavors are there. Correct? No. Now, what do you think Lay's company would have done? What do you think Lay's company would have done? Lay's company, Indian Magic Masala is there. Blue color, tangy tomato, red color. Which flavor you like the most? Green is that cream and onion. Cream and onion is good. And tangy tomato is good. Orange is what flavor? Yeah, anyways. Yeah, I got it. Anyways, when the Lay's company would have first started its business, it was out with only one product. Correct? Later they added more and more products. But don't you think for making their first product also they would have done some research? For making their first product also they would have done some research. They would have seen, okay, in market these types of chips are available, these types of chips are not available. This is what people are expecting, this taste is there, this is not there, etc. They would have done some research. Lawmaker says if you are doing research, for your business, then you will incur expenditure for doing that research. If you are doing research for your business, then you may incur expenditure. These expenditure are divided into two categories. One is your capital expenditure, another one is your revenue expenditure. For doing the business, you may incur some expenses. These expenses are what, sir? Divided into two categories. One is called as capital expenditure, another one is called as what, sir? Revenue expenditure. Capital expenditure means what, sir? For preparing the chips, they would have purchased some machinery, big machineries they would have purchased. Correct? That is capital expenditure. Revenue expenditure is the oil which they would have purchased, the staff members, the potatoes which they would have purchased. They are all recurring in nature. Expenses which are one time capital, expenditure which are recurring in nature, they are revenue expenditure. So lawmaker says, if you are a person who is doing research for your business, then you may be divided into two categories. Under section 35, there are totally two divisions. What are these two divisions? You may do in-house research. Means you may do a research for your own business. In-house research means what, sir? You may do research for your own business, or you may give money. You may give money to research organization or research association. Either you may do research in your own factory, manufacturing unit, etc. You are doing in-house scientific research, or you are giving money to whom? You are giving money to that person who is doing research. For example, Priya sarees, we cannot do any research. What research will do in saree? What is the... Yeah, but research meaning I'm making maybe fabric, we are selecting a different type of fabric, or nowadays we are making that ready-made saree. You just have to tick. That kind of sarees I'm making, etc. So lawmaker says there are some businesses where research is not there at all, but I want to help those who are doing research. So I give money to them. You guys do research, whatever research they are doing. Like for example, during COVID period, Bharat Biotech made that Covaxin. So many people donated money to them. You please continue your research. You please do your research work. We will give the money. Even if you don't have money, we will give the money. So that is what, sir? Donation to research association or research organization. So research can be of two types. One is in-house. In-house means you are doing that research for your own business purpose. Donation to research association means what, sir? You are giving money to someone who is doing the research. Okay, so in this section 35, we are going to discuss about these people, in-house research and donation to research organization. Now, first we will talk about in-house research. Hey, what do you mean by in-house research? A person is doing research for his own business. A person is doing research for his own business. Now, when he is doing the research for his own business, he will incur expenditure. Lawmaker's first question is, when is he going to incur expenditure? Lawmaker's first question is, when is he going to incur expenditure? Is he incurring the expenditure before commencement of business? Is he incurring the expenditure when, sir? Before commencement of business, or is he incurring the expenditure after commencement of business? Now, when is the expenditure incurred? Hey, what is our point talking about? When is the expenditure incurred? Expenditure is incurred before the commencement of business. Expenditure is incurred when, sir? Before the business was commenced. So, in-house expenditure is incurred by you when? Before commencement of business, or the expenditure is incurred by you after commencement of business. Hey, what is the difference between this? If you are incurring expenditure before commencement and after commencement, what is the difference? What does this mean?
For the idea of the business itself, you are doing the
Expenditure is incurred before commencement of business. Expenditure is incurred after commencement of business.
some research before starting a business.
So I have not yet started selling labs. Labs. Why did I told labs? Chips, Lays chips, labs. Now I have not started selling Lays. Before starting to sell that Lays, I would make the Lays. The first variety of Lays which I would have made, I would have done some kind of research for making that. So I am doing research before start of the business. Before the business is started, I am doing the research. Lawmaker says, if you are doing any research before commencement of business, then again 2 arrow marks. What type of expenditure are you incurring? Have you understood the meaning of doing research before commencement of business? The product is not yet ready. For making the product, I am doing research. For making the product, I am doing the research. It is before commencement of business. Now, I may incur expenditure which is either capital in nature, or I may incur expenditure which is revenue in nature. The expenditure which is incurred by me can either be capital expenditure or it can be revenue expenditure. The expenditure which is incurred by me before commencement of business can be divided into 2 categories: capital expenditure or revenue expenditure. Sir, capital expenditure means what, sir? That kind of expenditure which is incurred, the benefit of which you are going to derive for more than one accounting period. Basically, in accounting language, an expenditure, the benefit of which is derived for more than one accounting period. For example, in your case, what is capital expenditure? Your mobile phone is capital expenditure. The watch which she is wearing, that is capital expenditure. Now, are you going to purchase watch every month? So that is capital expenditure. Pen, revenue expenditure. Because for doing your business, what is your business? Studying. As a student, your business is studying. So for doing your business, you are incurring expenditure on regular basis. Pen, pencil, book, etc. This is our revenue expenditure. Capital expenditure will be buying a calculator. You don't buy it every month. Or buying your specs. For reading, you need a specs. You need a watch, etc. So all this expenditure will be what type of expenditure, sir? Capital expenditure. So if you have incurred any expenditure before commencement of business, and if it is a capital expenditure, lawmaker says, I will give you deduction. 100% of that expenditure will be allowed as deduction. 100% deduction is allowed. %100% of such expenditure is allowed as deduction, except on land. You cannot claim deduction on land, except on land. On all other things, you can claim full deduction. 100% deduction is allowed. If it is what type of expenditure? Expenditure is incurred before commencement of business. If it is a capital expenditure, lawmaker says, maja par. A capital expenditure means huge amount you are going to invest. Whatever you are investing, entirely everything will be allowed as deduction. Everything will be allowed as deduction, but not on land. So purchase of land will not be allowed because that is also a capital expenditure. On that land, you are constructing a building, you are constructing your lab. On that, in that lab, you are buying machineries, big machineries you are buying, etc. For all those types of capital expenditure, I will allow as deduction. I will allow as deduction, except on land. Sir, what if the expenditure is revenue in nature? Revenue in nature meaning now I have that building. Okay, I have my lab. I have purchased all the machineries. Now for running that machinery, I will need electricity. For that lab, I will have to, if it is not my lab, I will have to pay rent for that lab. Correct? No? So I will incur what type of ingepar? Oh, so may ingepar. I may incur revenue expenditure. Revenue expenditure, I will be paying salary to those people who are working, the staff members. So lawmaker said, telling, are you incurring capital expenditure or revenue expenditure? Sir, I am incurring revenue expenditure. Revenue expenditure, lawmaker says, okay. 100% deduction is allowed. For revenue expenditure, no problem at all. 100% deduction is allowed. Whatever expenditure you are incurring, 100% of that expenditure will be allowed as deduction. Revenue expenditure means what, sir? That expenditure which is required for you to run your business. Whatever expenditure that is, I will give you 100% deduction. If that expenditure is, hey, by the way, what have you written? This is before you have written or after you have written? Ulta you have to. Here it is afterwards. Hey, whatever I just now told was for after. I have started my business. I'm sorry. I'll repeat. Hey, by the way, for before also it is same only. Only difference is I'll have to write one more line telling you can take expenditure incurred only 3 years before commencement. Provision is same only. Nothing changed. Okay, nothing changed. I had to write one line that it is 3 years before. Okay, I'll write. Then you copy. I told you don't copy. Expenditure. No, let them stand. Expenditure is incurred after commencement of business. Expenditure board. Expenditure is incurred after commencement of business. After commencement of business means what, sir? I have started my business. Meaning I have already selling my lace. Now I am planning to add new flavors in it. Bikaji, bhujia is there. Some bhujia is there. Haldiram is there. Aloo bhujia. There are many other bhujia also. So Haldiram is there. Haldiram makes different types of not chips. What is that called? Mixtures. Haldi Ram mixtures. Oh my God, so many types. Second one, will not be able to read, Sundri. Read. 10 rupees packet, you will read the name. Now there are a lot of bhujia. You see over here only. You go down. You see over here. This is Haldiram Indian mix. Every Indian mix only. Panchatantra it seems. Then we have aloo bhujia. Then we have whatever it is. Kuch, sab kuch. There are different variety. All in one. Old is gold. Chatpat mixture. Anyways, Haldiram, before making so many different types of mixture, they would have done some research. Correct. Now they are already running their business. After running their business, they have planned, okay, let us make different varieties of mixture. So if you are incurring any expenditure after commencement of business, and if that expenditure is capital, I will give you 100% deduction except on. If that expenditure is revenue, I will give you 100% deduction. Revenue expenditure also I will give you deduction. Capital expenditure also I will give you deduction, but not on land. Yeah, okay, not okay. Sir, what if I incur the expenditure before commencement of business? Lawmaker says, if you are incurring any expenditure before commencement of business, how long back I can go, sir? How back can I go? Lawmaker says you can go maximum 3 years back. I'll take expenditure incurred I'll take expenses incurred within 3 years before commencement. So if any expenditure is incurred before commencement of business, I will go back how many years, sir? 3 years. If any expenses are incurred before commencement of business, I will go back 3 years before. 3 years before. Maximum how many years back can I go? 3 years before commencement of business. Now can I say here also expenditure will be of two types? Here also expenditure, meaning before starting the business also I can incur two types of expenditure, which is capital expenditure and revenue expenditure. Capital expenditure means what, sir? You are purchasing machinery, you are purchasing land, you are constructing building, or you are purchasing land along with building, etc. So lawmaker says whatever type of capital expenditure it is, I will give you 100% deduction. I will give you 100% deduction except on 100% deduction will be allowed. If you are incurring any expenditure, what type of expenditure? Capital expenditure, 100% deduction will be allowed except on land. Except on land. Sir, what if my expenditure is revenue expenditure, sir? If it is a capital expenditure, no doubt, no problem. Any type of expenditure, 100% deduction is allowed. Any type of expenditure, 100% deduction is allowed, but you can go maximum how many years back? 3 years back. But if it is a revenue expenditure, then what type of expenditure is it? If it is a revenue expenditure, if it is an expenses on material, material means raw material which is required by you, potato, oil. If it is an expenditure on material and salary, when I say salary, it will exclude perquisites. Salary excluding perquisites, 100% deduction is allowed. If you are incurring revenue expenditure, if you are incurring what expenditure? Revenue expenditure. If it is on material and salary, excluding perquisites, 100% deduction is allowed. If it is on material and salary excluding perquisites, raw material. For chips, it will be potato, it will be oil which is required, etc. Raw material and salary. Salary shall not include perquisites. For that, I will give deduction to you. And any other type of revenue expenses, any other type of revenue expenditure, no deduction is allowed. Any other type of revenue expenditure, deduction will not be allowed. We are talking about what, sir? Section 35. Section 35 is scientific research. Scientific research. Now, in your that made big question, no, one of the line item may be scientific research. Meaning one mark adjustment will be scientific research. And in this chapter, whatever we are going to study, no, all those adjustment will come only for one mark itself. In-house scientific research, you may incur the expenditure before commencement of business or after commencement of business. Sir, I am incurring expenditure after commencement of business. Lawmaker says, Maja, whether it is revenue expenditure or capital expenditure, I will give you 100% deduction, except on land. Sir, I am incurring expenditure before commencement of business. Lawmaker says, okay, I will take only 3 years before commencement of business. And in 3 years before, if it is a capital expenditure, 100% deduction I will give you. When I say 100% deduction I will give you, that means profit and loss account when you are preparing, you purchase a plant and machinery. Normally, what will happen to plant and machinery? Can I say it will go to balance sheet and you will claim depreciation? But here they are telling I will give you 100% deduction. That means it will go directly to profit and loss account. Directly to profit and loss account you can take that item. Directly to profit and loss account you can take that item. Is it clear? Students, is it clear? Are you students? Now please note. Inge pass students. Let us say this red color line is date of commencement of business. What is this red color line? Date of commencement of business. So this side is after commencement of business. This is before commencement of business. I am a person who is doing in-house scientific research. I have incurred expenditure after commencement of business. It is a capital expenditure. What will happen? 100% deduction is allowed. Except on land. It is a revenue expenditure. What will happen? 100% deduction is allowed irrespective of what it is. I am incurring expenditure before commencement of business. What lawmakers are telling? You can go maximum 3 years before. You can go maximum how many years, sir? 3 years before. Here I am incurring capital expenditure. 100% deduction is allowed except on, and I am incurring revenue expenditure. I can take only for material and salary also we should not take. Any expenditure incurred before 3 years before. Any expenditure incurred before 3 years before.
Before commencement of business.
Ignore. Okay. Yeah. You okay, not okay? Now tell me, let us say I am doing scientific research. I am Priya what? By the way, you know PVR is mine. What do you mean by PVR? Do you have any idea, Google? Hey. You Google. अरे तरकुरी ना पेर सोल रहे ना PVR full form. Inge par oh heroine Inge par. What is the full form of PVR? What do you think, Gube? You are talking to a person who is multi-million. What, 1992? I was not born also. What are you telling? 1995, Gube, when I was 3 years old, I found this company. That time I was very much interested in watching movies. So, okay, what are we discussing? Priya? No, not village. Priya chips. What shall I keep my name? Priya. Priya snacks, yeah. Priya chips, what should I keep the name? Priya chocolates and things. Priya snacks. I have a new business called as what's in my life only PS is there. Priya sarees, Priya sweets, Priya snacks, Priya sweets. The best business is Priya Headache Center. That is so only I don't go to Bangalore. Now, what is happening in life? Priya, I am what, sir? I am Priya Snacks. We are selling different types of snack products, etc. I purchased a plant and machinery. I purchased what, sir? I purchased a plant and machinery for making snacks, etc. I purchased. Now I am already doing business. So I incurred this expenditure after commencement of business. Okay, not okay? Okay. I purchased this plant and machinery for 10 lakh rupees. I purchased this plant and machinery for 10 lakh rupees. What will happen? 100% deduction is allowed. Meaning what, sir? In the year when I purchase, in my profit and loss account, I can show plant and machinery purchased in this year 10 lakh. Correct? Correct. Now my question to you is, can I get depreciation on this plant and machinery? Can I claim depreciation on this plant and machinery? Can I claim depreciation on this plant and machinery? Now, how will I claim depreciation? This is my balance sheet. This is my balance sheet. In my balance sheet, my plant and machinery value will be how much? 10 lakhs. My plant and machinery value will be how much, sir? 10 lakhs. I have got 100% deduction, right? Will I not subtract that? So what is the value of plant and machinery in my books of account? When my value of the plant and machinery in the books of account is 0, can I claim depreciation? Are you understanding? Are you understanding why we cannot claim depreciation? Yesterday you asked one question. That question answer this. Plant and machinery which is there, Siri, control your. That's my line. Ante. You only teach Siri, Gube. That's my line. Then allow me to teach, Mama. Then, Chandramukhi, thank you. What is this? Yeah. So I am purchasing a plant and machinery. For the purchase of plant and machinery, I already claimed 100% deduction. I have already claimed 100% deduction. Now, when I have already claimed the deduction for purchase of plant and machinery, okay, I have already claimed the deduction for purchase of plant and machinery. Will I get depreciation on this plant and machinery? A depreciation you will get only if the asset is recorded in your books of accounts. I record that asset in the books of accounts for what value? I already claimed the benefit. I already claimed 100% deduction. So will I be able to get depreciation, sir? No. You see, normally why do they give depreciation? Because see, this asset, if it has life of 10 years, you claim the expenses of this asset for next 10 years. 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh. For next 10 years, you claim the expenses. That is why this expenditure is allowed. Correct? No. Yeah, that is why this expenditure is allowed. So will I get a depreciation on the plant and machinery for which 100% deduction is claimed by me? No. Lawmaker says no, you will not get any depreciation benefit. Case number one. Case number one is what, sir? Depreciation is not allowed. Case number two. Let us say I purchased a building along with land. Normally, when I purchase a building, they will give me land also. So when I purchase a land along with building, what will happen, sir? Will I get deduction? Because they told me on land it is not allowed. So what will happen? Land is not a depreciating asset. Yeah, my question is, will I be able to claim deduction under section 35 or not? Lawmaker says when you are purchasing land along with building, what, sir? Building. For building, you claim deduction. For land, you don't claim. But sir, how will I know what is the value of land? You see the fair market value of land and fair market value of building. Fair market value of land not allowed. Fair market value of building is allowed as deduction. So when a land is purchased along with building, for building you can claim deduction, but for land you cannot claim any deduction. You okay, not okay? Now, lawmaker says, see, Dilip, when you purchase the plant and machinery, I gave you 100% deduction, right? When you purchase the plant and machinery, I gave you 100% deduction, right? When you purchase the plant and machinery, I gave you 100% deduction. Now, you are selling this plant and machinery. See, normally, if I sell this plant and machinery, if it was recorded as an asset and if I would have claimed depreciation on that, I would have subtracted the sale value from WDV. Yesterday we saw, no? Opening WDV, purchases, then sales. So if it was an asset for which I am claiming depreciation, I would have subtracted it from sale value. But an asset for which I have already claimed 100% deduction in year 1, I am selling that asset after 4 years. In the year 4, I am selling that asset. So what will happen to that sale value? I am getting money. I am selling it, means let us say 10 lakh rupees asset. I am selling it for 2 lakh rupees after 4 years. So what will happen to this 2 lakh rupees? Lawmaker says you have prepared your profit and loss account. At the time of purchase of this asset, you have claimed deduction. That means that your profit was reduced by 10 lakhs. Now, when you are selling it, whatever amount you have got, that is deemed business income. That is deemed as your business income. You show it on your profit and loss account on the income side. Okay, not okay? Is it clear whatever I have told you? Hello. So, whom are you talking to? Write down fast. I hope you have written these points. Because many people were writing. If you have not written, no problem. If you have not written, hey, have you written or not? If you have not written, I will not give time. How many of you have written? Not written. When did you come, Gube? Not written. And sir, you are even maintaining book. Then Gube, how does it matter? Hey, who is this KRR in YouTube? Anyone has any idea? Just find this boy once. Someone from class only it is. On time pass message he puts. Every day some goobe messages he'll put. Okay. Today class Maja is not there. Every day Maja will be there in life. So if any deduction under section 35 is allowed for an asset, then depreciation under section 32 will not be allowed for that asset. If any building is purchased along with land, then the cost of such building and land shall be divided based on fair market value, and deduction shall be allowed only for building and not for land. Oh, lo, 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 lo. Oh, lo, 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 lo. Hey, అయిపోయా not అయిపోయా. Last 1 minute I'll give. Oh, I have no other work. I have to complete these portions. So only I told no chance of writing only. I don't know why I'm giving time also. Hey, I'm not giving time. I'm just completing this. Okay. So if any deduction is allowed under 35, you will not get depreciation. If any building is purchased along with land, the cost of land and building shall be divided basis of fair market value of such land and building. And deduction shall be allowed only for building and not for land. And last point says what, sir? Not last point. Last but one point. Unabsorbed capital expenditure on scientific research can be carried forwarded for unlimited years and set off in future, just like your unabsorbed depreciation. So unabsorbed capital expenditure is equal to unabsorbed depreciation. Sale of, this is important, some question they have asked this in the examination. Sale of asset on deduction. Sale of asset on which deduction under section 35 has been claimed. What will happen if you sell an asset on which you have claimed deduction under section 35? If the sale value, the following shall be deemed as business income. Either whatever the deduction you have claimed or sale value, whichever is less, is your business income. Sale value or deduction claimed by you, whichever is less, is your business income. Sir, what if I sell at a price more than its actual cost? If you sell at a price more than its actual cost, then capital gain will come. Then business income will be cost or deduction allowed, whichever is less, and sale price minus cost is claimed as capital gain. Last 2 minutes I'm giving. 2 minutes up. 2 seconds I told. Hey, who writes very fast? Who has completed? You have completed, Sundari. All this points. Not sir. Hey, you will not, genuinely not get time to write anything what I am discussing today. Promise I'm telling. Better don't write. Now, understanding is important than writing. Trust me, I'm telling you, some 10,000 times I have told you, you will not be able to write whatever we are discussing. 15,000 times I have told no. 5,000 just now I told. Rajnikant says no, na or mate solre, no or mate solla mate. Vati only I told. Na or vati sonna, nuru vati sonna madri. So na one madri solna vaya na one na one madri solna one vati solna 1,000 vati solla madri sonna madri. Now first time in my entire teaching career, I am getting students like who are scolding me directly. What do you think? Instead of this, you would have showed that thing only. Shit. Next is what's up? Donation to research organization. Donation to research association. Donation to researchers. Some students become very frank with faculties. I'm not talking. One Gube yesterday, Tarkuri only that person. Now you just imagine how frank they are becoming with me. I don't know why. One person came to me. Okay. Girl. She told, sir, tomorrow I'll not come. Why? Sir, today is our first year anniversary. With some ... who will change after 2 years. Okay. With that person first year anniversary. And I thought, why are you even telling me? You would have directly not come. She came, huh? Not this. Nice one. What is there? What groups are there in Mercy? Donation to research, but yeah, very nice. Yeah, very truthful to me. I really appreciate it. Sandhya, donation to research organization, donation to research association, donation to researcher. Meaning, please note, I don't have money to do the research. I am giving money to someone else who is doing the research. Okay, yeah. Now, please note, in-house research means I am incurring the expenditure for my own business purpose. When I am giving money to someone, it does not matter whether it is for my business purpose or non-business purpose. Okay, for example, I am a Sardi dealer. I am giving money to Bharat Biotech so that they can make Covaxin. They are making some type of medicine. So that is also allowed as deduction. So here, when you are giving donation, it is a donation. It is a donation. Because it is a donation, deduction will be allowed. Donation to what, sir? Research organization. Other type of donation not allowed. You are giving donation to, right, Gube, right? Right, what is this? You are giving donation to an approved institution. You are giving donation to approved research association. I am giving donation to approved institution, approved research association, approved college, or approved university. I am giving donation. To whom am I giving donation? To approved institution, approved research association, approved college, approved university. I am giving donation. I am giving money to whom? Approved institution, approved research association, approved college or university. Meaning I am giving money to any institution which is approved. It can be a college or a university or a organization, etc. Why am I giving donation to them? For conducting scientific research, for conducting social research, I am giving donation to them for what purpose, sir? For conducting scientific research, or for conducting social research, or for conducting statistical research. I am giving donation to them. Why am I giving donation to them? For conducting social, scientific and statistical research. Lawmaker says 100% deduction is allowed. Please note, am I myself conducting the research? No. I am giving money to someone who is in the business of doing research, whose business is only doing research. So it can be, I mean, not main business is doing research. It can be any organization, any research association, or any college or university. Please note, these people should be approved to do research. These people should be approved to do research. For example, many times it happens, AIMS is there, AIMS, correct? So AIMS does lot of different types of research, correct? Because they are authorized to do that kind of research. Like we have someone says, as per the research of Cambridge University, correct? No? Meaning they are authorized to do such kind of research. So there are many universities over here. IIM is there. Then we have different types of universities in Bangalore also, colleges we have, who are doing research. Okay, who are doing research. Now you are paying money to them for doing that research. Now this research can be of any type, scientific research, or it can be social research, or it can be statistical research. Like statistical research, now some census are happening, that they are counting how many people are there, etc. Or once it happened during COVID time, it happened, they did one statistical research about how many people died because of COVID. Because of COVID, how many people died due to heart attack. So many people got COVID. They were scared that, oh my God, I got COVID. And they got heart attack immediately, they died. Not because of COVID, but because of heart attack. So they did some research like this, okay. So for that, you are paying money. Lawmaker says, Maja panno, deduction will be allowed. 100% deduction is allowed. 100% deduction is allowed. You are giving money to whom, sir? Approved institution, research, association, college or university for social, statistical and scientific research. You are giving money to whom, sir? Approved. You are giving money to approved Indian company. You are giving money to whom, sir? Approved Indian company who is engaged in research and development. You are giving money to any Indian company whose main business is only doing research and development. How will I come to know about company, sir? You should see their MOA. If their MOA says that my main business activity is doing research and development, and you are giving money to them, you are donating money to them, and that money is given for what purpose, sir? That institution, that Indian company is doing scientific research. Then lawmaker says, you being the donor of the money, you are donating the money, you will get 100% deduction. You will get what, sir? 100% deduction. Whatever amount you have paid, you will get 100% reduction. Donation to approved institution, donation to approved Indian company, and donation to whom, sir? National laboratory. Donation to national laboratory, or donation to IIT or any other university. Donation to IIT, any other university. You are donating money to them for conducting approved research. For doing what, sir? Approved scientific research, 100% deduction is allowed. Please note there is a difference between point number 1 and 2 and point number 3. Point number 1 and 2 says the person who is getting the money, the person to whom you are giving the money, he should be approved. That person should be either an approved Indian company or it should be an approved institution, college, association, etc. Point number 3 says the person whom you are giving is not approved, but the work he is doing is approved. Point number 3 says if you are giving money to national laboratory, IIT, university, and they are doing some kind of research which is approved, then it is covered in point number 3. You okay, not okay? If you are donating money, approved institution, approved Indian company, or national laboratory, IIT, etc., whatever amount you have donated, 100% deduction is allowed. Whatever amount you have donated, 100% deduction is allowed. You okay, not okay? Hello? Write a note. If an assessee opts to pay tax under section 115 BAC. If an assessee opts to pay tax under section 115 BAC, then no deduction is allowed for donation made. However, he gets deduction for in-house scientific research. No deduction for donation made for scientific research, but he will get deduction for in-house scientific research. Yeah, did you write this point in additional depreciation also? I don't think you would have written. Go to additional depreciation, write. Go to additional depreciation and write. If an assessee opts for 115 BAC, write wherever you have space. If an assessee opts for 115 BAC, that is default tax regime, then he will not be eligible for additional depreciation. He will not be eligible for additional depreciation. Same point you have to write instead of he will not get additional depreciation. Tell me the answer for question number 7. Read the question carefully. You will get the answer. Read slowly, carefully. You will get the answer. Wrong answers. Yes. Yeah.
Explore the land.
Yeah. Lakshmi, you apply mehendi every now and then, na? Regularly. Deduction is 12 lakh. One answer I have received 12 lakh 40,000. Fourteen lakh 70,000. One more answer I have received. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Tomorrow we'll complete business income. Then one day I'll complete five chapters. Bhavani says 10 lakh 90,000. I'll complete on Saturday 1, 2, 3 chapters. I'll complete. Sunday. No. Theory come practical. Small chapters.
30,000.
Weightage is only 2 marks. Small. Set off carry forward capital gain. What should you understand? Tell me something. What you should understand. Now, if I tell you there is a small fish which can eat a small fish can be eaten by big fish. Does it take time to understand? Yeah. So what is there to understand? Huh?
23 times.
मजा पड़ना. Monday, Tuesday is anyways raja. Online, YouTube, live. Huh? Yeah. No, but then we have to complete the syllabus also on time, right? Right? You're writing in June. Okay, get past students.
2310.
None of the answers are right.
6
Wrong answer.
23.
Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Pratiksha answer to by default deemed wrong. Pratiksha inge par. Yes, Pratiksha. You have heart and not in- Dynamic Indian company. Dynamic Indian company commences its operation on 16th August 24. Hey, when did it start its business, sir? 16th of August 24, it started its business. Okay, so this is the date of commencement of business. Can I say anything after this is fully allowed? Without except on land. Any expenditure after this is fully allowed except on land. After commencement of business, there is no condition. Before I can go maximum 3 years before. Revenue I can take only raw material and salary, excluding perquisites, and capital I can take everything except land. Oh, correct. Now please note. So date of commencement of business I have seen it is 16th August 24. Can I say this is after? First I will segregate the expenses after or before. After. Now it is before is starting. So till here it is afterwards. Now this is before. This is all 3 years before. Hey, please note 24, go back 3 years. 21 plus 3 is 24. Correct? No? Now can I say this is before 3 years before? These expenses are before 3 years before. I should ignore it. I should anyways ignore it. Now in past students. First we segregated. Now we'll see what, sir. If it is afterwards, I know 100% deduction will be allowed except on land. Correct? No, we will see first item. Paid to approved university for research of social science. Allowed, not allowed? Allowed. Paid to scientists who are not employed. Hey, please note, this purpose and all is idli vada sambar for us. Time pass. They are all biscuits. Wow, you have it. Don't have it. Purpose is least bothered. We are least bothered about what purpose you are giving the money, to whom you are giving the money. Paid to scientist who is not an employee of the company. I have paid the money to scientist. Now tell me, why is it not allowed? I am incurring expenditure after commencement of business. What expenditure I am incurring? Any expenditure I am incurring. Fully allowed as deduction. I am incurring expenditure after commencement of business. Gube, why are you thinking this as donation? I am doing research. It commences production. That means he is doing in-house research. This question is not about donation to research association. If you are doing in-house, even if you donate, you will get. Even if you don't donate, you will get. Paid to approved national laboratory. Allowed. Purchase of land and building for in-house research. Cost of land is how much? 1.5 lakhs. So can I say 3,50,000 is allowed? Purchase of car for carry research workers. Allowed, not allowed? Why not allowed? Any type of expenditure is allowed as deduction after commencement of business except on land. You have written with your own beautiful hands, manicure, pedicure hands, you have written. Correct? No? You have written after commence of business, whatever type of expenditure it is there, 100% allowed except on land. So after commencement of business, fully allowed, only land 1.5 lakhs is removed. Before commencement of business, I can go back only 3 years before. I have gone 3 years before. Capital expenditure, cost of land is 1 lakh. So what will I do in this? I'll only 4 lakh I'll allow. Material purchase will I allow? Material purchase 3 years before, yes. Salary excluding perquisites. Other revenue expenditure. Before means only 3 years before means I can take only on materials and any other expenses, no deduction allowed. Why am I teaching? Tell me the total. ₹15,90,000. 15,90,000 rupees. ₹15,90,000. Where is your friend Prashant? Prashant only know his name is. Yes, Andri. Yeah. Yeah.
How can you know he has done this? He has paid this only for his own purpose.
He has incurred following expenditure for scientific research. He commences production, meaning he is doing some type of business which is related to production. Therefore, scientific research expenses, whatever he is going to incur, will be for his business only. If he would have given, he is a trader, he is a professional, what research will he do for his business? If you are making something, that means you will do research. Done? Now, friends, see, the benefit which government gives us can be of two types. Now please note. I want to extend the class. I want to extend the class till 4 o'clock. I want to extend the class till 4 o'clock. What will happen? You guys will start scolding me inside your mind, brain, everywhere you will start scolding me. Correct? No? Now, I give you an option. I give you an option telling, see, I'll take today's class till 4 o'clock and give you holiday for next 5 days. I'll take today's class till 4 o'clock, give holidays for next 5 days. And or I say, or second option is, I'll take class till 4 o'clock, okay, till 4 o'clock, and I'll sponsor your lunch for today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Whatever you want to eat, I'll sponsor that food. Now, don't you think you guys who were hesitating to stay before will now stay? Hello? Yeah, are you understanding something in your life? You guys, you were the person who was scolding me. Now you will say, oh my God, sir, you are so Deva, sir. Hey, what do you say God in your language? Devam, you are Devam for us, sir. You are, yeah. Correct, no? You will start worshipping me inside. Correct, not correct? Yeah, are you understanding? Now, similarly, what happened was, government wanted people to start some particular type of businesses. Government in India, the Indian government wanted India to grow. If you want to grow, there are some sets of businesses which you should have in India. For example, let us say cold chain facility. Now, cold chain facility is required to be there because if I have good proper cold chain facility, I can store the food, because of which farmers will also be happy. And the public also will be happy that they don't have to pay higher prices for the food which is not available. So what used to happen was this there were many businesses which India did not have. Like we had something called as Commonwealth Games. Okay, Commonwealth Games long back before your birth, we had something called as Commonwealth Game. At that time, what happens is many people from other countries will come to India and participate in that particular game, whatever gaming activity is happening. In that, they'll come and participate. In Commonwealth Games, they'll come and participate. Now, what India faced at that time was, in India, we had 5-star hotels. We had localist form of hotel, which is dharamshalas, etc., where you pay 100 rupees, they'll give you one bed. With 100 people, you are supposed to sleep in the same room. And one common bathroom is there for all the people, etc. Like in this year, I had been to Kumbh Mela. There also that facility was there. So in one tent, no, there are around 250 beds. You just have to pay 100 rupees. Okay, you just have to pay 100 rupees and one bed will be given to you. One bed will be there, one blanket. Of course, there are many other people staying with you. Or you go somewhere, pay 15,000 rupees and take a separate room for you. Okay, so in India, this was there that we had good 5-star hotels and we had dharamshala. We did not have anything in between. And 5-star hotels are costing you 50,000 rupees. Dharamshalas are costing only 100 rupees, 150 rupees, 200 rupees. Whereas the facility which you get in 5-star is high class, and dharamshala you don't get any facilities at all. The bathroom also you should only wash and go inside. I mean, that kind of facilities are there. So we did not have anything in between this. So government came up with this concept telling you start any hotel in India. Okay, normal 2-star, 3-star hotel you start in India. Whatever expenditure you are incurring, I will give you deduction. You start a cold chain facility in India. Whatever expenditure you are incurring, I'll give you deduction. Hey, please note, these businesses are very cost, not cost effective cost. It incurs lot of expenses. If you want to, you have to incur lot of expenditure for incurring that cost. You see. You have to incur a lot of expenditure. Cold chain, if you want to start cold chain storage, that means you have to purchase that big refrigerators. Similarly, hotel, if you want to start, that means first of all you will have to purchase land, construct a building, purchase all those bed, furniture inside, whatever ACs, etc. Many other businesses are there. Okay, there are many other businesses about which we'll learn. So government wanted people in India to do this business. Okay, government wanted the people in India to do this business. So they wanted to give some benefit to them. Now, why will I start this business when I know I'll have to, if I start a hotel, I know that I'll have to minimum incur 10 crore rupees expenditure to start a hotel. So why should I incur 10 crore rupees expenditure and start a hotel, which I don't know when I'm going to recover that money? I have no idea when I'm going to recover this money. So government for the benefit of people, they told you do one thing, I'll give you a list of some businesses. If you start these businesses, and for starting these businesses, if you incur any capital expenditure, I'll give you 100% deduction. Okay, meaning whatever expenses you are incurring, 100% deduction will be allowed. Correct? So this was one form of benefit government gave. The other form of benefit which government gave was, you start some specific type of business. If you start these businesses for next 15 years, whatever profit you are making, don't pay any tax. Hey, what is this point telling? For next 15 years, whatever profit you make, you don't pay any tax at all. So there were two types of benefit given. The problem with this point, the benefit of not paying tax or the profit is not taxable, the problem with that was that a person was recovering the money in 7-8 years. After that, for next 7 years, he was just enjoying his life. Why he was enjoying, sir? Whatever profit is there is no tax at all. And they were making huge amount of profit and not paying taxes at all. Now, government understood that this is a very risky. Because of this, government is not getting money. Therefore, they came up with this concept of deduction based on your expenditure. You incur expenditure, I'll give you deduction. You don't incur expenditure, I'll not give you deduction. Okay, so there are two types of benefit which government will give. Either they will give you tax holiday. Tax holiday means you don't have to pay tax at all, or they will give you deduction based on expenditure incurred by you. So now we are going to see, nowadays we don't have this tax holiday concepts. There is only one concept in your income tax law which we are going to study, which talks about tax holidays. All other things are fully taxable. Now we are going to study about a section called as section 35AD. Section 35AD gives you list of some businesses. If you start these businesses, I will give you 100% deduction on whatever capital expenditure you are incurring. Section 35AD gives a list of some businesses. So there are totally 14 businesses. If any person in India starts these businesses, then they'll get what, sir? 100% deduction on capital expenditure. Okay, not okay? We'll see that section 35AD now. Again, I'm telling, don't write. You'll not get any time to write because this next 5 pages you have to write. 2 minutes I'll discuss 5 pages. So, section 35AD. And please note, these are few things which you can write at the end of the material. These are not linked to anything. Okay, these are something which is different only completely. Meaning, if there is a question on 35AD, it will be a question only on 35AD. It will not be a question merged with someone else. We'll see questions, we'll see. 35AD, 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 35AD. Specified business. 35AD, I'll share material, I'll share. Yes. Section 35AD. I didn't share it before because you'll not write. Lazy you'll become in life. So, I could have shared on the first day only. Section 35AD, specified business. Now, if you are, what are the specified business? If you are setting up and operating cold chain facilities for specified products. If you are what, sir? Setting up, and if you are operating. If you are setting up and operating what? Cold chain facility. For what, sir? For some specified products. Basically, if you are starting a cold chain facility for agriculture produce base. If you are starting the business of beekeeping and production of honey and bee wax. If you are starting what business, sir? Beekeeping. You know, beekeeping, that is also a very great business actually. And you are producing honey and bee wax, then also you are covered over here. You are setting up and operating a warehouse facility for storage of sugar. You are opening a warehouse for what, sir? Storing sugar. You are laying and operating cross country natural gas and crude oil or petroleum oil pipeline networks for distribution, including storage facility being integral part of such network. Meaning you are laying across the country, you are laying pipeline. Nowadays, you know how petrol or diesel is transferred from one place to another place. You would have seen on the roadside when containers are coming. They are telling you lay a pipeline only. Container, there is a risk. There is a transportation. They will get evaporated, etc. Better you lay a pipeline, so it will be transported from in this pipeline only. Like you have water pipe line which we have. So laying and operating across the country natural gas, crude oil, petroleum crude, etc. You are building and operating hotel of 2-star and above category. Anywhere in India, you are building and operating what, sir? Hotels. You are starting hotel of what, sir? 2-star or above 2-star category. You are developing and building housing project under notified scheme for affordable housing framed by central government or state government. So you are constructing a house under what scheme, sir? Affordable housing scheme of central government or state government. Some government schemes are there, like we have Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, all urban mission, etc. There are some schemes like government schemes are there, wherein government will allot a house to someone based on, you have to make an application. So randomly they'll select some applications. It is completely random, meaning it is like lottery system. Whoever names comes, that person will be allotted a place. And now that place construction you are supposed to do. And if someone is doing the construction work, then he is also covered over here. You are building and developing and building a housing project under notified scheme for slum development or slum rehabilitation by central government or state government. So slum development, slum area is there, you are redeveloping that. You are involved in production of fertilizer in India. You are producing what, sir? Fertilizers. Normally for agriculture purpose, we need fertilizers. Right now we are actually bringing it from outside India, but if you are producing it in India. And please note, these businesses, list of these businesses came not now, long back. Okay, when India did not have any of these things. Now to majorly everything is available. You are developing and maintaining, developing, maintaining and operating new infrastructure facility in India. Like you see this metro construction. It is done in India only, by Indian companies only. Why? Because now India has evolved so much that they can do this kind of constructions. So new infrastructure facility, operating business you are in, or you are building and operating hospital anywhere in India with at least 100 beds. So if you are starting any hospital in India with at least how many beds, sir? 100 beds. You are setting up operating warehouse facility in for storing agriculture produce. You are starting a warehouse facility for what purpose? For storing the agricultural produce. You are setting up and operating semiconductor wafer fabrication manufacturing unit. If such unit is notified by board in accordance with prescribed guidelines. Meaning what, sir? Next point says you are setting up and operating semiconductor wafer fabrication. Now, for example, you have this calculator. You break this calculator, there will be some chip kind of thing wherein two wires will be attached. That is semiconductor wafer fabrication. In childhood days, boys, we would have got remote car. Correct? No, nice car it is. Now we would have all those boys. I mean, of course, you would have done this. You would have broke that car and seen, or not broke, at least opened that car to check, sir, how is it operating? Correct? No. So girls also have done this. Huh? So that is called as what's a semiconductor wafer fabrication, etc. Or you are setting up and operating inland container depot or container freight station. See what happens is in Bangalore we don't have any port. So if I want to sell goods outside India, I'll have to come to Chennai. So Chennai we have port, or I'll have to go to Mangalore. Mangalore we have port, but we don't have any port in Bangalore. Now a Bangalore person has to come all the way to Chennai to export the goods. So what government has told, you do one thing, you start an inland container depot wherein any person who wants to export can give the goods over there, and the custom department only will take all the goods from there. So he does not have to come till Chennai. Now you give the goods over there. It is as good as you give the goods to Chennai port. You do all the formalities over there only. Setting up and operating inland container depot and container freight station, laying and operating slurry pipeline for transportation of iron ore. You are laying and operating what's a slurry pipeline for what purpose? For transporting iron ore. How many businesses are there? 14 businesses. Which are these? You are setting up and operating. You are setting up and operating what, sir? Cold chain facility. You are in the business of beekeeping, production of honey and bee wax. Then you are setting up and operating warehousing facility for storage of sugar. You are laying and operating cross-country natural gas pipeline. You are building and operating hotel of 2-star or above category. Or you are developing and building housing project under affordable housing framed by central government or state government. You are developing and building housing project under slum redevelopment. You are involved in production of fertilizers. You are maintaining, developing new infrastructure facility anywhere in India. You are starting hospital anywhere in India with at least 100 beds. If you are setting up and operating warehousing facility for agricultural produce, or you are setting up and operating semiconductor wafer fabrication unit, or you are setting up and operating inland container depot or container freight station, and you are involved in transportation of iron. Okay, not okay? Okay, not okay? Hey, can anyone tell me how many businesses are there? Let us see how many businesses you tell.
Input in-house. Warehouse. Redevelopment.
Sugar production.
Sugar storing.
Hospital with 100 beds.
That is an
2-star.
2-star cross.
then 10 you were able to tell. You should remember, in examination they will not tell what business it is. You are supposed to remember. Now please note. It was very cold. Okay, please note. One thing I want to tell you before I start today's class actually. I am responsible for what I say. I am responsible for what I say. I am not responsible for what you think. Okay, what you think is your headache. Are you understanding what I am trying to say? I am responsible for what I say, not responsible for what you are thinking. There, I will take your example. Now, it was very cold. It was very cold. So, Daya, it was very cold. So, Daya went with his honey and sugar. It was very cold. So, Daya went with his honey and sugar to cross country 2-star hotel. It was very cold. So, Daya went with his honey and sugar to cross country 2-star hotel to discuss about his housing and slum redevelopment. To discuss about his what, sir? Housing and slum redevelopment, because of which he had to show his fertilizer and new infrastructure. Because of which he had to show his fertilizer and no, please not. I am responsible for what I. Please control the emotion. I'll repeat. It was very cold. So Daya went with his honey and sugar to cross country 2-star hotel to discuss about his housing and slum redevelopment, due to which he had to show his fertilizer and new infrastructure. Because of which they had to go to hospital. Because of which they had to go to hospital, and the doctor over there from his warehouse, he took a semiconductor and sent him to inland container depot in an iron ore. Okay, not okay? Are you understand? I'll repeat once again. It was very cold. So Daya went with his honey and sugar to cross country 2-star hotel to discuss about his housing and slum development, due to which he had to show his fertilizer and new infrastructure, and because of which they had to go to hospital. There, doctor from his warehouse took a semiconductor and sent them to inland container depot in an iron. Now tell me, what are the businesses? Last 4 you are supposed to tell. Inland container depot. Now see, Maja is there. You told me all 14 businesses and in that same order. Maja is there. This thing only you want in life, I understand. Section 35 AD. There are 14 businesses. In the examination, the question they will not tell you what businesses are, and whether it is a scientific research business or 35 AD business or not. Okay, you should see the business and check whether it is covered or not. Now please note. Now what is the provision telling? If you are any type of assessee, it does not matter who you are. If you are any type of assessee and if you are engaged in specified business, if you are any type of assessee who is engaged in specified business, now if you are engaged in specified business and if you incur any capital expenditure, that is important. What expenditure? Only capital expenditure. I'll give you 100% deduction. I'll give you 100% deduction. Please note, very simple. 14 businesses you are starting, and you are any type of assessee, individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, artificial judicial person, anyone. If you are starting this 14 specified business, if you are engaged in this 14 specified business, while doing that 14 businesses, if you are incurring any type of capital expenditure, if you are incurring any type of capital expenditure except on LG fridge, except on what, sir? LG fridge. LG fridge means except on land, goodwill, and financial instruments. If you are any type of associate engaged in specified business and doing any type of scientific research, if you are any type of associate engaged in specified business and doing any type of and doing what, sir? Any type of specified business and incurring any expenditure. What type of expenditure? Capital expenditure, except on LG fridge, land, goodwill, and financial institution. 100% of that expenditure will be allowed as deduction. 100% of that expenditure is allowed as deduction. Someone call me up. Now, please note here also, expenditure can be incurred by you. Expenditure can be incurred by you either before commencement of business, or it can be incurred by you after commencement of business. Please note, this section talks only about capital expenditure. Now, this expenditure can be incurred by you either before commencement of business or after commencement of business. Lawmaker says, if you incur any expenditure before commencement of business, I will give you the deduction in the year when business is commenced. Please note, if you are incurring any expenditure before commencement of business, when will I give you the deduction? In the year when business is commenced, provided you capitalize that expenditure. Tell me, you have incurred an expenditure before commencement of business. How will I come to know whether it is revenue expenditure or capital expenditure? How will I come to know whether it is revenue expenditure or capital expenditure? Lawmaker says, I don't care 1 year, 2 year. Lawmaker says, if you capitalize an expenditure in your books of account, that means it is a capital expenditure. So, any expenditure incurred by you before commencement of business will be allowed as deduction in the year when business is commenced, if such expenditure is capitalized in the books of accounts. Sir, what if the expenditure are incurred after commencement of business? Lawmaker says, if you incur any expenditure after commencement of business, then also 100% deduction will be allowed. In which year it will be allowed? In the year when you incur such expenses. Please note, if it is before, then which year? Commencement. If it is afterwards, whenever you are incurring that expenditure. Okay, not okay? Is it clear? Before and after? Now, this is point number 1. When is the deduction allowed? Deduction will be allowed only if you capitalize that expenditure. Now, tell me, I have purchased a plant and machinery and I am into hospital business or sugar storage business, etc. I have already claimed 100% deduction. Will I get depreciation on this item now? I will not get depreciation. Why? Already I have taken 100% deduction. Will I get any depreciation, sir? No. Now, lawmaker says, in the previous case which we discussed, section 35, there was no condition that how many years you should hold the asset. They told if you sell the asset, it is deemed business income. But here they say, if there is any plant and machinery on which you have claimed, plant and machinery in the sense, if there is any capital expenditure you have incurred on which you have claimed 100% deduction, and if that is transferred within a lock-in period of 8 years. Here we have a lock-in period. What is the provision telling? Whatever item you have claimed 100% deduction on, if there is a capital expenditure for which you have claimed 100% deduction, if that is transferred, lawmaker says you will have to pay me tax. Why will you have to pay me tax? If it is transferred within lock-in period of 8 years, I will deem it as business income. If it is transferred within lock-in period of 8 years, then I will deem it as business income. Sir, how much will be business income? Lawmaker says whatever expenditure I gave, whatever expenditure was given to you, less. If this asset was not used for scientific research, you would have got depreciation. If this asset was not used for scientific research, you would have got depreciation. No. Now, for those years which you used it for scientific research, you depreciation. Whatever is left over, that will be business income. Sir, repeat. If the asset is transferred within the lock-in period of 8 years, then deemed business income. Please note, here transfer can be anything. You are selling it. If you are selling it within 8 years, your entire sale value will be business income. Or some people may not sell it. Some people, what they may do is, see, if you sell it, what will happen? Whatever amount you receive is your business income. I am not selling it. I am transferring an asset from specified business to a non-specified business. In such cases, lawmaker says if you transfer the asset within the period of 8 years from specified business to non-specified business, whatever deduction you have claimed minus depreciation, leftover amount will be deemed as business income. Whatever deduction is claimed by you minus depreciation, leftover amount is deemed as business income. Now please note, for example, what it means is, let us say I purchased 10 ACs, I have Priya hotels. I purchased 10 AC for Priya hotels. Now, why I purchased in the name of Priya hotels? Because I know I can claim 100% deduction. I wanted only 6 ACs. 4 ACs actually I purchased for Priya sarees. But I purchased in the name of hotel so that I can claim 100% deduction. Lawmakers are telling you are transferring the asset from hotel to sarees. Now for hotel, that 4 assets which you have transferred, no, for that there will be business income. How much will be business income? I am not selling it. Am I selling it? No, I am just transferring it. For hotel, the business income will be whatever deduction is given to you, less depreciation if it would have been used for non-specified business. So whatever deduction was given, less depreciation, this will be your business income. Now the same amount will be the actual cost of that asset for Priya sarees. A Priya sarees is getting an asset, correct? It is getting an asset. What will be the actual cost of this asset for Priya sarees? It will be whatever is the cost of asset less depreciation to the previous owner. Basically, the amount will be same. Have you understood this one? First point, what did we understand? Any type of assessee will get deduction except on LG fringe. If you incur expenditure before commencement of business, deduction will be given in the year when business is commenced. If you incur an expenditure after commencement of business, deduction will be around in the year when expenses are incurred. Okay, not okay? Now, I am selling the asset. I have purchased an asset under 35 AD and I have claimed 100% deduction. Now I sell this asset on which I have claimed 100% deduction. Lawmaker says fully taxable. If you sell an asset for which you have claimed 100% deduction, lawmaker says whatever amount you receive is fully deemed as business income. No, sir, I am not selling it. Within lock-in period, I am not selling it, but I am transferring it to someone else. My own branch, I am transferring. I am not taking any money, I am just transferring. Lawmaker says how much ever deduction I have given it to you, less depreciation if it would have been used for non-business purpose. Leftover amount will be deemed as business income for you. And for the other person who is purchasing the asset or who is taking the asset from you, no, for him, we will have to give some value as actual cost. That actual cost will be whatever deduction was given or whatever the cost is there, less depreciation to the previous one. Whatever amount is left over, basically the amount left over will be same. That same amount will be a business income for someone and actual cost for someone else. One more point is there. I have got a loss from specified business. I told you some days back that loss, business are divided into 2 categories. One is normal business, speculation business. Yesterday only I told. Now apart from that, there is one more category of business now called as specified business. Okay. Now normal business loss, if there is a loss from normal business, you can adjust that with any business income. Normal business का loss can be adjusted with any business का income. Specified business का loss, speculation business का loss can be adjusted only with speculation business. Specified business का loss can be adjusted only with specified business. Yeah, please note. Normal business का loss, anyone. Speculation only with speculation. Specified only with the specified business. Meaning, if these 14 businesses are incurring loss, this loss can be adjusted only with any other 14 businesses. Okay. Any other specified businesses. Now this loss which is there, no, because you are incurring capital expenditure which is huge. If you want to start an hospital, you cannot start with 5 lakh rupees. But normal saree business, you can start with 5 lakh rupees. So This loss which is there, no, you can carry forward. If you are not able to adjust the loss in the current year, you can carry forward for unlimited years and adjust in future only with specified. Yeah, have you understood whatever I told? I'll repeat everything, whatever I've told. I'll repeat once whatever I have discussed just now. Section 35 AD, benefit can be taken by any assessee who is engaged in specified business and incurring capital expenditure except on land, goodwill and financial institution. 100% deduction is allowed for that capital expenditure. Now, first thing, section 35 AD is optional. If you want to follow, follow. If you don't want to follow, ignore it. This section, is it compulsory? Should you all follow this section? Lawmaker says no, it is an optional section. If you want to follow, please follow. If you don't want to follow, don't follow. So deduction under section 35 AD is optional. Assessee may or may not opt for this section. Meaning an assessee who is into hotel business, he may tell, sir, this is useless section for me. I'll claim depreciation, sir. I don't want 100% deduction. I'll claim depreciation. That is fine. Okay, no problem. Lawmaker says no problem. Point number 2. The business which you are doing should be a new business. Now, I had hotel which was constructed by my great grandfather. It was very old hotel. Now I have renovated the hotel. Lawmaker says not allowed. Have you started the hotel? Yes, then deduction is allowed. Such business should not be set up by splitting up or reconstruction of existing business. Okay, that should be a new business altogether. Okay, you should not split up your existing business, or you should not reconstruct your existing business, running business, and take the benefit under this section. Because don't you think in India hotels were there before section 35 AD came? Before income tax law came, then also hotel was there at that time, correct? So they are telling you should not split up or reconstruct existing business. Then the deduction, if you are taking the deduction on plant and machinery, that plant and machinery should be a new plant and machinery. The deduction, if you are taking deduction under this section on plant and machinery, that plant and machinery should be a new plant and machinery. Plant and machinery used in this business should be a new plant and machinery. Except they are telling there is some exclusion. Sometimes you may not get new plant and machinery, or sometimes the new plant and machinery may be very costly. So they are telling 20% of the total plant and machinery can be second-hand plant and machinery. Normally, the plant and machinery capital expenditure should be what, sir? New plant and machinery. But they are also telling what, sir? 20% of the total investment which you are doing, capital expenditure which you are doing, can be for second-hand or used plant and machinery. Imported second-hand plant and machinery will be treated as new plant and machinery. Imported second-hand plant and machinery will be treated as new plant and machinery for this section. Meaning, if you import any asset from outside India, though it is already used by someone over there, it will be treated as new. Now, this is something about which they'll ask question. Deductions for expenditure. 100% deduction is allowed under this section for capital expenditure. Expenditure is incurred after commencement of business. If the expenses is incurred after commencement of business, deduction is allowed in the year when business is commenced. And if it is incurred before commencement of business, allowed in the year when, if it is incurred after commencement of, if expenditure is incurred after commencement of business, it will be allowed in the year when such expenditure are incurred. If it is incurred before commencement of business, then deduction will be allowed in the year when business is commenced if such expenses are capitalized in the books of. No double deduction will be given. If you have already claimed 100% deduction under this section, you cannot claim the benefit of the same item in any other section. No depreciation will be given because you have already claimed 100% deduction and not going to give depreciation. Lock-in period is also there. What is there, sir? Lock-in period. An asset for which deduction under this section is claimed should be used only for specified business. If you have any asset for which you have claimed deduction under section 35 AD, that asset should be used only for specified business. Such asset should not be transferred for a period of 8 years. from the date when such asset was acquired or constructed. So you should use it only for specified business and you should not transfer it within for a period of 8 years. What are the consequences if the assets are transferred within 8 years? What type of transfer is happening? If the asset is demolished, destroyed or discarded, then amount received or receivable shall be deemed as business income. But if the asset is put to use for any other business other than specified business, from specified business I am transferring it to a non-specified business, then deemed business income for specified business will be deduction allowed under 35 AD less depreciation allowable if the asset was used for specified business, non-specified business. Okay, if the asset was not used for specified business, how much depreciation is there, how much deduction is allowed? Difference is allowed as deduction. Actual cost for claiming depreciation for other businesses. For that other businesses which you are doing, what will be the actual cost of that other business, sir? They are telling take the cost of asset less depreciation allowable as if such asset was used for non-specified business. Whatever amount is there, that will be actual cost for the other business who is taking over the asset. Yeah, are you understanding this? Hello, sir. If the asset is transferred after 8 years, lawmaker says the cost of acquisition should be taken as nil. Set off of losses. Losses of specified businesses can be set off only against profit of specified business. Loss which is not set off in the current year can be carried forwarded and set off in future years for indefinite period. Loss of one specified business can be set off against profit of another specified business. Likewise, loss of non-specified business also can be set off with. We'll see this in set off and carry forward chart. Other points. Now, if you are incurring any capital expenditure more than 10,000 rupees, it should be incurred by any mode other than cash. Deduction is allowed only if more than 10,000 rupees expenditure in a single day to a single person is paid by account paying check, demand draft or electronic clearing system. Normally, deduction under section 35 AD is allowed only to a person who owns the business. Meaning, if I am the owner of the business, I can claim the deduction. If I am not the owner of that 14 businesses, I cannot claim the deduction. However, in case of hotel business, if operation is transferred to any other person, then also deduction will be allowed. See, normally deduction will be allowed only if you are owner. But in hotel, no. What happens is, even if I construct a hotel, very good hotel, people will not come stay in my hotel unless there is a good brand attached to my hotel. So what people do, they construct the hotel and give it to Taj. Now, because of Taj, people will come. So who is going to take care of the operations? Taj is going to take care of the operation. Now, petroleum and natural gas pipeline business and new infrastructure business should compulsorily be owned by an Indian company or a group of Indian companies. New infrastructure includes what, sir? Your construction, road, toll gates, bridge, rail, highway projects, water supply, water treatment, irrigation, sanitization, solid waste management, or port, airport, etc. Reduction under section 35 AD is allowed only if your books of accounts are audited by chartered accountant. So after becoming CA, we get some work. We can do this audit. Tell me the answer for question number 11. A question is big, answer is very small. Question is big, answer is the smallest. You read the question, you get the answer. Yeah. Revenue expenditure, so anyways you will claim, no? Yeah, meaning revenue expenditure is normally incurred by you for your business purpose. So that too, anyways, by default you will get, even if it is not there. What is the question? 89 lakhs is the loss. One answer I have received. First of all, identify whether all the business are specified business or not. We'll see.
If you're not specified, we can claim reductions under other.
Yeah. For capital expenditure, what will you claim? Depreciation you will claim for non-specified. Now, what is the question telling? Mr. A commenced. They'll never give. They'll never give, I told you. Mr. A commenced operation of business. Mr. A commenced operation of businesses of setting up a warehouse facility for storage of food grains, sugar, edible oil on 1st of April 24. He started the business. He incurred capital expenditure of 80 lakhs, 60 lakhs and 50 lakhs respectively on purchase of land and building. So how much he incurred? Three businesses are there: food grain business, sugar business, oil business. Oil business is not a specified business. Storage of food grain is covered. Storage of sugar is also covered. So he incurred 80 lakhs, 60 lakhs and 50 lakhs. And this expenditure was incurred for purchase of land as well as building. We know that land, it will not be allowed as deduction. And this expenditure was incurred 1st January 24 to March 24 exclusively for the above businesses. Meaning this expenditure was incurred before commencement of business. And the capital expenditure, and it was capitalized in the books of accounts on 1st of April. So he is following the law. So if you are incurring the expenditure before commencement of business, it will be allowed as deduction if you are capitalizing that expenditure in the books of accounts. The cost of land included in the above figure is 50 lakhs, 40 lakhs and 30 lakhs respectively. During the previous year 24-25, he incurred capital expenditure of 20 lakhs, 15 lakhs and 10 lakhs. Meaning during the year again he incurred some expenditure. During the year, that expenditure which we saw over here, that was incurred before starting the business. Now during the year he incurred an expenditure of 20 lakhs, 15 lakhs, 10 lakhs for extension of the building purchased above. Compute. So this is actually your question. Compute the income from PGBP for the assessment year 25-24 loss to be carried forward, assuming Mr. A is exercising the option to shift out of default tax regime. By the way, if an assessee is opting for 115 BSc, he will not get this deduction. 35 AD benefit will not be given. And he has fulfilled all the condition, etc. Some stories they have given over here. The profit of the business of setting up of warehouse for food grain storage and edible oil before claiming for deduction and depreciation. They have given the profit before this deduction and depreciation. Profit is 16 lakhs, 14 lakhs and 31 lakhs. Assume that expenditure is through ECS. You okay? Shall we start? Please note, this concept will not be merged with any other topic of PGBP. This is a separate concept completely. Okay, they'll ask question also separately only. No idea, Sundari. Computation of what? Particulars. Then we have what business? Food grain, sugar and oil business. Food grain is specified business. Specified, or else I'll write 35 AD. 35 AD business. 35 AD business. Not 35 AD business. Yeah, that I have done only for my knowledge purpose. Mr. A some mistakes cannot be erased.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Profit before deduction and depreciation. What is my profit before deduction and depreciation? 16 lakhs, 14 lakhs and 31 lakhs. I'll write on top rupees in lakhs. 15 lakhs, 14 lakhs and 31 lakhs. 15 lakhs, 14 lakhs and 31 lakhs. We have what, sir? Less. Less deduction under section 35 AD. Deduction under what, sir? 35 AD. Point number 1. Expenses incurred before commencement of business. Expenses are incurred when, sir? Before commencement of business. Food grain, how much expenses I have incurred? 80 lakhs is my total expenditure. 50 lakhs is for land. So how much expenditure can I claim deduction? 30 lakhs. Then next business is my sugar business. How much expenditure did I incur? How much is the amount? I have also incurred some expenses. So for food grain, how much have I incurred? So directly we can write no, because there is no other amount included. 20 lakhs, 15 lakhs. So what is this profit before? Depreciation. 16 minus 50 is 34 lakhs loss, 21 lakhs loss and 31 lakhs as it is brought down. Less depreciation. Under section 32. Depreciation will be given to whom, sir? Depreciation will be given to specified business. How much, sir? 31 lakh. No, that is the profit amount. Specified, non-specified business depreciation you will get 50 lakhs minus 30 lakhs plus 10 lakhs. 50 lakhs is my expenditure. 30 lakhs is for land plus 10 lakhs which I incurred during the year. Into what is that rate? 10%. Evlo? Huh? 3 lakh rupees. Therefore, profit after profit, or directly I'll write income from business or profession. So first two business I have a loss of 34 lakhs and 21 lakhs. Non-specified business I have a gain of 28 lakhs. Okay, yeah. Hello. Is it clear? Okay, students. Depreciation only for non-specified business. So here you are getting loss, meaning no tax. This loss will be carried forward to future years. Depreciation, I mean same business, if it is depreciation, let us say food grain this oil business is 35 AD. We'll have to pay tax on 28 lakhs. So as a businessman, you should decide. Lot of benefits are lost when you claim only 35 AD. You cannot follow other sections. You can follow only one section, 35 AD. Yeah. You can follow all other things except 35 AD. Tell me the answer for this question. Question number 12. Question number 12. What? Mr. Suraj. $45 lakhs. What is that? A very easy question it is. $75 lakhs. Loss. Last line says one thing. Okay, all your answers are right anyways. Mr. Suraj, a proprietor, commenced operations of business of a three-star hotel in Madurai, Tamil Nadu on 1/4/24. He incurred a capital expenditure of 50 lakh rupees from the period January 24 to March 24, and he capitalized the same in the books of accounts. Further, during the previous year 24-25, he incurred a capital expenditure of 2 crores, out of which 1.5 crores was for purchase of land. Compute the PGBP. All the stories are same. Profits from the business of running hotel before claiming deduction under section 35 AD is 25 lakhs. Okay, so from this business, how much income he has got, sir? 25 lakhs. He has another hotel. He has another hotel at Coimbatore for which he has earned how much, sir? 120 lakhs. So we should compute whatever you are supposed to compute. Now, particulars. Rupees. Profit before certified AD deduction. How much, sir? 25 lakhs. Less deduction under section 35 AD. Expenses before commencement of business. How much? 20 lakhs is total. 200 lakhs is total expenditure. Minus 150 lakhs is for land. So I'll take only 50 lakhs. Expenses after commencement of business. Another 50 lakhs. Another 50 lakh rupees. So you get loss from Madurai business. Now we know that we can set off this loss with another specified business. Add profit from Coimbatore business, which is also a hotel business. Please note, hotel business means specified business only. Therefore, business income of this person is 45. Business income of this person is also 45 lakhs. Correct. Still writing. Section 35. Section 35D. Section what's that? 35D talks about preliminary expenses. Section 35D talks about what, sir? Preliminary expenditure. A preliminary expenditure means? Preliminary expenditures means? Who we are calling, Sundari?
He's calling me, I'm calling her. Oh.
Highest level of thirperism they are doing. Section 35D. D for D. Preliminary expenses. A, what do you mean by preliminary expenditure? Preliminary expenses means what? Can I say expenses incurred before starting any business is preliminary expenses? Now please note, lawmaker says, under section 35D, I'll give deduction only for resident people. I'll give deduction only to whom, sir? Resident people. Now, if you are incurring any expenses before starting business, or preliminary expenses means what, sir? Any expenditure incurred by you before commencement of business or after commencement of business for starting a new branch. Either you are incurring, whether is there, expenditure before commencement of business or after commencement of business, but for starting a new branch, then whatever expenditure you incur before starting that business, you will get deduction. You will get deduction in 5 equal installments. It will be allowed as deduction. Oh, this missed call which, okay. HDFC Bank. Expenses incurred by you. Anyways, I don't pick anybody's call. I pick only that call whose number is saved. And if I feel that person is important. You guys are all most important people in my life. So I am face to face sitting with you guys. Section 35D. Deduction will be allowed only to resident people for expenses which are happening before commencement of business. Any expenses incurred by you, deduction will be given to you in 5 equal installment from the year when business is commenced. Okay, please note. Let us say I incurred an expenditure of 1 lakh rupees divided by 5 I'll do. And how much will I give? 20,000 rupees for 5 years. From which year? From the year when business is commenced. For a period of 5 years, I'll give you how much deduction, sir? 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. I'll give it for 5 years. Okay, not okay? Okay, not okay? That is all about this section. Preliminary expenses. Given to only resident. How much deduction is given? All those limits are there. Deduction, they are telling whatever you are actually incurring, I am not take that. I am going to compare your actual expenses with the 5% of cost of project. The new project which you have started, what is the cost of that project? What is the amount invested by you in that business? I'll take 5% of that, or actual expenses, whichever is less, that only will be allowed as deduction. That will be divided by 5 and deduction will be allowed. Yeah, have you got fair idea about this? We'll see now. Fair idea is required, not complete idea. Section 35D for preliminary expenses. Section 35D. The deduction is available. This section is applicable only to whom, sir? This section is applicable only to resident individual. This section is applicable to whom, sir? This section is applicable only to resident assessee. Either you can be an Indian company or any other type of resident assessee, like individual HUF, AOP, BOI, etc., etc., etc. This section is applicable to whom, sir? This section is applicable only to resident assessee. To whom, sir? Resident assessee. This section is applicable only to resident assessee. Expenses are incurred by him before commencement of business or after commencement of business for setting up a new unit or extension of existing undertaking. Either you are incurring the expenses before starting a business or you are incurring the expenses after starting the business for starting a new branch. For example, we already had our institute at Bangalore. We set up a new branch in Chennai. So for that, whatever expenses we incur, that is also included over here. Now, deduction is allowed in 5 equal installments from the year in which business was commenced. Deduction is allowed in how many equal installments, sir? 5 equal installments from the year in which business is commenced. From the year in which the business has started, from that year I will give deduction to you in 5 equal installments. How much deduction is allowed? Normally deduction is your actual expenses or 5% of cost of project, whichever is less. Actual expenses incurred by you are 5% of cost of project, whichever is less. Normally this is the deduction which will be given to you. But if you are an Indian company, if you are who? If you are an Indian company, then I will first compare 5% of cost of project and 5% of capital employed. I'll compare what, sir? Capital employed and cost of project. I'll compare capital employed and cost of project and take whichever is higher. 5% of that. Compare that with actual expenses and take whichever is less. I'll repeat once again. Amount of deduction. Normally, how much deduction will be allowed? Actual expenses or 5% of cost of project, whichever is less. In this amount, I will divide it by 5 and give the deduction for 5 years. Or if you are an Indian company, the deduction which I am going to give you will be your actual expenses. That actual expenses will be compared with 5% of capital employed or 5% of cost of project. I'll first compare them both of them and take whichever is higher. That will be compared with actual expenses. Sir, what is cost of project? What is capital employed? See, cost of project means what, sir? The amount invested by you in that business. Fixed assets of that business. What is capital employed? Your money in the business. And the money which you borrowed from other people. Capital employed means how much money you have invested in the business. Which is nothing but share capital, your own money, debentures, borrowed money, long-term borrowings, also borrowed money. So first you compare both of them only for Indian company. Only for Indian company you compare both of them and take whichever is higher into 5%. Compare with actual, whichever is less. Now lawmaker says, I will give you the list of expenses which are called as preliminary expenses. Not every expenditure is preliminary expenses. I will give you list of some expenses. Only those expenses should be treated as preliminary expenditure. What are those expenses which are treated as preliminary expenses, sir? Preparation of feasibility study report. Preparation of feasibility study report. Preparation of MOA, AOA. Legal expenses. Engineering expenses. Market survey. Expenses for public issue of shares and securities. Expenses incurred should be what, sir? 6 expenses they have given, list of 6 expenses. Anything other than this is not treated as preliminary expenses. Basically, if you are starting business, for example, we came over here, we wanted to do start a branch in Chennai. Now, which area should we start in Chennai? We'll have to do some survey, no? We'll have to do some survey like that. So they are telling that expenditure is allowed. Preliminary expenses are listed below. Preparation of feasibility study report. Whether this particular area is feasible for us. We are doing a market survey of that. We are preparing MOA and AOA. If you are a company, you will have to prepare MOA, AOA. You are preparing MOA, AOA. If you are incurring legal expenditure or any engineering expenses, or public issue for shares and debentures. You okay, not okay? Tell me the answer for this question. Tell me the answer of this question. Two lakh 20,000. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Right answer, but wrong answer. Sir, you are right, sir. You should be divided by 5. Ah. Now please note, what is the answer for this? What is this? J is an existing Indian company which sets up new industrial unit. It incurs the following expenditure in connection with new unit. What is the expenditure incurred by it for starting this new unit? So some 11 lakh rupees they have incurred. This is your actual expenses. Cost of project is 30 lakhs. Capital employed is 40 lakhs. I'll take whichever is higher. How much is higher? 40 lakhs. Into 5%. How much, sir? 2 lakhs you should compare with 11 lakhs. Whichever is less. What is less? 2 lakh rupees is the deduction allowed under section 35D. For this year, how much deduction is allowed? 40,000 rupees. For this year, you will get deduction of 40,000 rupees. Hey, done. Hey, wait, I'll discuss After break, I'll start an important and good topic. All this after break, I'm telling.
Please break or not?
There are a lot of things to discuss. 4 sections. I'll take class till 4th November. That also you don't want. This also you don't want. What do you want in life? Where am I taking till 2:30? I'm taking only till 1:30. Institute is not okay. Yesterday I got a call. That is happening there. Yesterday I got a call that you should not take class. We'll continue 35 series now. Now section 35. DDA. Hey, time pass. See, one line sections are there. Hey, I want to discuss an important section after break. So, chota. Time pass sections we are completing. Section 35 DDA. Section 35 DDA. You remember we discussed in our salary chapter something called as VRS, Voluntary Retirement Scheme. So, if you incur expenditure for voluntary retirement scheme, okay, if you are any type of assessee, incurring expenditure for what, sir? Voluntary retirement scheme of employees. Meaning, if you are an assessee whose employee are voluntarily retiring, and for that employee's voluntary retirement, if you are incurring some expenditure, lawmaker says, I'll give you deduction. Applicable to all types of assessee. Expenditure incurred in connection with voluntary retirement scheme. Hey, please note. If an employee is voluntarily retiring, don't you think you are going to pay money to that employee? Correct? No. Lawmaker says that money which you have paid to the employee is an expenditure for you. Lawmaker says whatever money you are paying to that employee is an expenditure for you. I will not allow it once. I'll allow it in installment. How many installments, sir? 5 equal installments. Let us say one of the employee voluntarily retired and he took money 5 lakh rupees as VRS. So divide it by 5. Every year how much deduction can you claim? 3 lakh rupees. Hey, okay, not okay? Every year how much deduction can you claim, sir? 3 lakh rupees. Section 35. Which section? DDA. Section 35 DDA. Expenditure for voluntary retirement. Expenditure for what, sir? Voluntary retirement of an expenditure for what, sir? Voluntary retirement scheme of an employee. Section 35. One second. What is that section called? Where is that section? Okay, we'll do one thing. We'll take a break. Not finding that material only. We'll meet at what time? 10:30 we'll meet. 10:30 we'll meet. 35. We'll meet at 10:35. Bye. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. So let us start the discussion of next section, which is section 36 1. Section 36 1. Section 36 1 talks about expenses which are allowed as deduction. Where section 36 1 talks about what, sir? Different expenses which you can claim deduction. Okay. Now one of the adjustment will come in your that 15 marks question, whatever you have. One of the adjustment will be from this question. Okay, one of the adjustment. Section 36 1. So they have given list of different expenses. We'll see one by one what are these expenses and whether the deduction is allowed or not allowed. Insurance premium paid on stocks and stores and health of employees. Insurance premium paid on what, sir? Stocks and stores and health of employees. One by one we'll see and we'll explain all these points one by one. Explanation for section 36 1. First is insurance. Hey, when you are taking insurance, no, for you the expenditure is the premium of that insurance. If you are taking an insurance, For that insurance, you'll have to pay something called as premium. You'll have to pay what, sir? Premium for that insurance. Now, insurance can be of two types. Insurance can be on stocks and stores, and insurance can be on health of employees. Now, please note, insurance on stocks and stores. Stocks and stores means what, sir? For Priya sarees, stock in trade is what, sir? Saree. So, if I take an insurance on saree, lawmaker says deduction is allowed. For Priya sarees, what is the stock in trade? Sarees. So, if I take what, sir? If I take any insurance on sarees, lawmaker says deduction is allowed. If I take any insurance on sarees, lawmaker says maja pano de lip, I'll give you deduction. Now, Tata Motors, what is the stock in trade? Cars. If I take any insurance on cars, deduction is allowed. For Tata Motors, nuts and bolts are there to fix in car, grease is there, oil is there which they'll put in the car, etc. They are treated as stores. For that also deduction is allowed. If you are taking insurance on that, then also deduction is allowed. You okay, not okay? Now, employees are important for the company to grow. Correct? So, a company may take two types of insurance on employee. Life insurance of employee and health insurance of employee. So, for employees, you may take two types of insurance. One is called as life insurance, another one is called as health insurance. If you are taking life insurance for employee, it is never allowed as deduction. If you are taking what type of insurance? Life insurance on what, sir? Employees, it is never allowed as deduction, except key man insurance. Except what, sir? Key man insurance policy. If you are taking life insurance means employee dies, money will be given. Life insurance means what, sir? Only when the employee is dying, money will be given. So, lawmaker says, in case of life insurance, upon death you get the money, and that also will be given to employee's family. What is the benefit you are going to get if employee dies? Lawmaker says, is there any benefit which you are going to get when employee dies? No. Therefore, that will not be allowed as deduction. And life insurance is always treated as personal expenditure. Life insurance premium, whatever you pay, is always treated as personal expenditure. Therefore, deduction is not allowed. Health of employees. Employee is not feeling well. You are treating that employee. He will be very happy. He will work even harder next time, because he knows if he is not feeling well, the company is there to take care of me. So, lawmaker says, health insurance, if you are taking, then deduction is allowed. But there is a condition. What is the condition, sir? The premium which you pay for insurance, you will have to pay premium. The premium which you pay should not be paid in cash. Whatever premium you are paying, that premium should not be paid in cash. It should be paid by electronic clearing system or account pay check, debit card, credit card, anything. But it should not be paid in cash. You okay, not okay? First point. First point talks about what, sir? Insurance premium paid on stocks and stores or health of employees. Stocks and stores or health of employees. If it is on health of employees, allowed. If it is not paid in cash, it is allowed as reduction, provided it should not be paid in cash. Next point is bonus and commission. Bonus and commission. Bonus and commission paid to employees, subject to 43B. Bonus or commission. Bonus or commission Lawmaker says bonus or commission is allowed as deduction. Bonus or commission is allowed as deduction. Lawmaker says what, sir? If you are paying any bonus, if you are paying any commission, if you are paying any bonus or commission, lawmaker says it is allowed as deduction. But they have also told something called as subject to 43B. Subject to what, sir? 43B. A, please note. So if you have employees in your profit and loss account, to that employees will be paying bonus, you will be paying salary, bonus, commission, etc. All these things you can claim deduction. Bonus and commission can be claimed as deduction subject to 43B. Now what is 43B telling? That is important. There is a section called as section 43B. What is that section 43B telling, sir? We'll study about 43B first. So we have a section called as section 43B. So what this section 43B does is, it gives a list of some expenses. Section 43B gives the list of some expenses which are allowed as deduction. What is 43B doing? It will give you list of some expenditure which will be allowed as deduction only if it is paid. List of some expenses which will be allowed as deduction only if it is paid within due date of filing income tax return under section 139(1). It gives list of some expenditure which will be allowed as deduction only if that expenditure are paid within the due date of filing income tax return under section 139(1). Section 43B gives list of some expenditure which is allowed as deduction only if that expenditure are paid within what date, sir? Due date of filing income tax return. Now the due date for filing income tax return is given under which section? The due date of filing income tax return is given under which section? Section 139(1). Correct? Now what is the section 139(1) telling? Sir, what is the due date for filing income tax return? Now lawmaker says normally your income tax return is required to be filed by 31st of July of assessment year. Normally, when should you file your income tax return? 31st July of assessment year. Normally, income tax return is required to be filed by, on which date, sir? 31st July of assessment year. See, this is the normal date of filing. Meaning, if you are supposed to file the income tax return, what is the due date of filing your income tax return? 31st July of assessment year. However, if you are a company, company means private limited company, body corporate, public limited company. If you are a company, or if you are a person whose books of accounts are getting audited by a chartered accountant, either you are a company or your books of accounts are getting audited by a chartered accountant. In such cases, for you the due date of filing income tax return will be 31st of October of assessment year. Normally, what is the due date for filing income tax return? 31st July. But if your books of accounts are subject to audit, then for you the due date will be 31st of October. Okay, for you the due date will be what, sir? 31st of October. Now, please note. You understood the due date? Now, what is section 43B telling? I am discussing. I am not at all discussing about salary bonus for the time being. I am discussing about due date of filing return. What is the due date of filing income tax return? 31st of July or 31st of October. 31st of October is for company and audit cases. Now, section 43B is there. There is a section called as section 43B. What is 43B doing? 43B is giving list of some expenses. 43B is giving list of some expenses. These expenses will be allowed as deduction. Whatever list is given over here, these expenses will be allowed as deduction if they are paid. If these expenses are paid, if they are paid means what, sir? Actual payment should happen. These expenses will be allowed as deduction if they are paid within the due date of filing income tax return. There are some items given in section 43B. They will be allowed as deduction only if these expenses are paid within the due date of filing income tax return. A payment means what? You should actually pay. Income tax law says 43B, you should actually pay that expenditure. Other things, whether you are paying or not, I will allow as deduction. But these items which are there in section 43B will be allowed as deduction only if it is paid within the due date of filing income tax return. Now, one of the item covered over there is what, sir? Bonus and commission. One of the item covered is bonus or commission. Now, for example, I am doing a business. Okay. I am doing a business. I am Priya Sarees. This is profit and loss account of Priya Sarees. In this, I have written bonus and commission. In this bonus and commission, how much have I written, sir? 10 lakhs. Okay. Bonus and commission, how much have I written, sir? 10 lakh rupees. Now, or else I'll do one thing. I'll draw a complete. Let us say my income is 35 lakhs. My bonus and commission is 10 lakhs. Therefore, my net profit will be how much? 25 lakhs. Correct? Now, out of whatever bonus is there, bonus of rupees 4 lakh was paid after due date under section 139(1). Now, what does this mean? Total bonus which I have claimed is how much? I have claimed a total bonus of 10 lakh rupees. But in that 10 lakhs, 4 lakhs is the bonus which I have paid after the due date. So, as per income tax law, so as per accounts, you have prepared this. This is as per accounts. Okay. As per accounts, you are, whether you are actually paying or not, you should claim the deduction. But as per income tax law, in this bonus, you cannot claim how much, sir? 10 lakhs. You can claim how much? 4 lakh rupees. 6 lakh rupees. You cannot claim 4 lakh rupees. Why cannot I claim 4 lakh rupees, sir? Because it is not paid within the due date of filing income tax return. So though your accounts shows profit of 25 lakhs, as per income tax law, what is your business income? On what amount you have to pay tax? 25 lakhs is my profit as per account. Can I say will add back what is not allowed? 4 lakh rupees is not allowed under income tax law. Correct, not correct? It is not allowed under income tax law. I will add it back. Therefore, my business income as per income tax law is how much, sir? 29 lakhs. Yeah, you understand? Some expenses are allowed only if it is paid within the due date of filing income tax return. One of such expenditure is this bonus or commission. So this bonus or commission which is there, out of 10 lakhs, I have paid only 6 lakhs. Lawmaker says 4 lakh you have not paid within the due date of filing income tax return. That 4 lakh I will not allow this year. Sir, I have paid this 4 lakh after due date of filing income tax return, sir. What will happen? Lawmaker says no problem. If you have paid it after due date, whichever year you have paid, I will allow as deduction in that year. Whichever year you have paid, I will allow as deduction in that year. Please note. Here little complication will come. In examination, sometimes, normally they will not ask. At final level, this discussion is done. But sometimes they may ask you, there was an expenses pertaining to last year, which was paid on 31st of November, 30th of November. Now you will have no idea what is happening. Because that was expenses of last year. What will student think? At a current year profit and loss account, if I am preparing, I should take only current year's income. So this expenses relates to last year, so it is not relevant for us. Your answer may be wrong. You should see what is that expenses, and you should see what is the date of payment, whether it is paid in this year, last year, etc. So here your thinking should be more. These topics which we are discussing, business income, it is not like your normal house property topic or capital gain topic or other source topic, which is as simple as what it looks. Here you will have to see what are the other chances of this particular expenses getting allowed or not allowed. I'll repeat once again. There are some expenses which are allowed as deduction only if it is paid within the due date of filing income tax return. Where are these expenses given? Where are these expenses given? In section 43B. Now let us say I have a profit and loss account, Priya Saris. I have shown bonus of rupees 10 lakhs. Now I will tell you how I have paid the bonus. When I paid the bonus? 10 lakh is paid as follows. On 31st of March 25, I paid rupees 5 lakhs. 30th June 25, I paid 2 lakhs. 31st July 25, I paid 1 lakhs. 31st October 25, I paid another 1 lakh. 31st December 25, I paid balance 1 lakh. Okay, not okay? So in my books of account, how much bonus and commission I have shown? In my books of accounts, how much bonus or commission I have shown? 10 lakh rupees I have shown bonus or commission. Out of the 10 lakh rupees which I have in my books account, how much have I paid? That information I have given. Now tell me, what is the deduction allowed to me under section 36(1), under section 36(1), if I am a normal assessee, if I am a normal case assessee. This expense relates to previous year 24-25. Sir, if you are a normal assessee, for you due date of filing income tax is 31st of July of assessment year, which is 25. So can I say this 5 lakhs will be allowed for you? This 5 lakhs also, 2 lakhs will be allowed for you. This also will be allowed. Why, sir? Because it is paid within which date? 31st of July. Because it is paid within 31st of July, these expenses will be allowed. These expenses are paid after 31st of July. Therefore, it will not be allowed in 24-25. For 24-25, it will not be allowed because it is paid in 25-26. It will be allowed in 25-26. Okay. I am not a normal case, sir. I am an audit assessee. Or I am a company. So for me, due date of filing income tax return is. So can I say first 5 lakhs will be allowed? 2 lakhs also is allowed. This 1 lakh is allowed, and this 1 lakh is also allowed. Sir, why sir last 1 lakh is allowed over here? Because it is within the due date. Correct? No. What is the due date of filing income tax return for audit cases? 31st of October, and because it is within the due date, it is allowed as deduction. Yeah, is it clear? In last case, it is not. Hello. Okay. Section 43B we saw, along with which section, sir? Section 36(1). Second point was bonus or commission. Third point, very important point. Mostly asked in the examination is this point. I told you one of the item will be asked in the examination. Mostly asked question is this point. Mostly. Interest on loan. If you are taking any loan, and on that loan, if you are paying what, sir? Interest. Interest on loan. Any interest paid on loan taken for business or profession. Any interest which you are paying on what, sir? For what, sir? The loan which is taken by you for your business or profession is allowed as deduction. Condition is what, sir? Loan should be taken from, if the loan is taken from scheduled bank, cooperative society, public finance corporation, state finance corporation, state industrial investment corporation, or NBFC, it is allowed as deduction if it is paid within the due date of filing income tax return. Meaning here also section 43B is applicable. I'll repeat once again. If you are paying any interest paid, interest, what is the word used by them? Interest paid on loan taken for your business or profession. If the loan is taken from banks, I'll call them in short banks. What do you mean by bank? If the loan is taken from any scheduled bank, any cooperative bank, any public finance corporation, or any state finance corporation, state industrial investment corporation, or NBFC. If the loan is taken from these people, which people, sir? Scheduled bank, cooperative banks, public finance institution, state finance corporation, state industrial investment corporation, and NBFC. If the loans are taken, in short, let us call them as bank. If the loan is taken from bank, lawmaker says it is allowed as deduction, provided you should pay it within the due date of filing income tax return. If you are taking loan from any other person other than banks, lawmaker says it is always allowed as deduction whether it is actually paid or not. Now please. Next point is interest on loan. 12 marks. Interest on what, sir? Loan. Loan is taken by you from banks, or loan is taken by you from others. Loan is taken by you from whom, sir? Banks or from others. Now you are paying interest to them. Can I say it is allowed as deduction? Can I say it is allowed as deduction? Subject to? Subject to what? 43B. Meaning what, sir? Only if paid within due date under section 139. It is allowed as deduction only if it is paid within the due date under section 139. 1. Okay, not okay? I am taking loan from others. I am taking loan from others. Interest is, can I say, always allowed? Whether paid or not. It is always allowed as deduction whether it is paid or not. Please note. In my profit and loss account, I am showing a total interest expenses of, in my profit and loss account, the total interest expenses which I am showing is how much, sir? 25 lakhs. In my profit and loss account, total interest shown is how much, sir? 25 lakhs. For which interest paid to bank is 15 lakhs and interest from others is 10 lakhs. I have to pay interest to bank how much, sir? 15 lakhs, and to others how much, sir? 10 lakhs. Out of which amount paid within due date, amount paid within due date is 10 lakhs. Paid after due date is 5 lakhs. Here also paid within due date is 6 lakhs. Paid after due date is 4 lakhs. Paid after due date is how much, sir? 4 lakh rupees. My question to you is, how much interest is allowed as deduction in this year? In this year, how much interest will be allowed as deduction? Come on, India. You are telling 20 lakh rupees. How 20 lakh rupees? Sir, see, sir, for these people to always allowed whether it is paid or not. For others, it is always allowed as deduction whether it is actually paid or not. For banks, it will be allowed as deduction only if it is paid within the due date. Correct. What is paid after the due date is allowed in? Okay, not okay. Hello. Health insurance premium, bonus, commission, interest. And next is what, sir? Discount on zero coupon bonds. There is something called as zero coupon bonds. There is something called as zero coupon bonds. On zero coupon bonds, we get something called as discount. there is something called as zero coupon bonds. On zero coupon bonds, we have something called as discount. Hey, what is zero coupon bonds, by the way? Anyone has any idea?
Not for social.
Can I say it is bonds issued at
Social.
discount and redeemed at discount? The bonds which are issued at what, sir? Discount and redeemed at par. Meaning, if there is a bond whose face value is 10 lakhs and issue price is 8 lakhs, meaning there is a bond whose value is how much, sir? 10 lakhs. I have issued that bond for how much, sir? 8 lakhs. Lawmaker says this is a what, sir? This is a bond which is issued at a discount of 2 lakh rupees. Can I say this 2 lakh rupees discount which is there is an expenses for me? There is a bond which is issued at discount. Now this 2 lakh rupees is an expenses. No, because see, today when I am giving the bond to you, how much money I am taking from you? 8 lakh rupees. Tomorrow when I have to repay the money to you, how much money I have to repay?
10.
I have to repay 10 lakh rupees. So can I say there is an expenses involved? How much is the expenses over here? 2 lakh rupees, because that is the extra amount which I am going to pay you. So this is what, sir? This is a discount on zero coupon bond. Now this is an expenses for me. Lawmaker says, check what is the life of this bond. Meaning, after how many years are you going to pay the money? Let us say the life of the bond is 5 years. Life of the bond is how much, sir? 5 years. Lawmaker says, whatever discount is there, no, should be amortized over the useful life of the bond. How much is the amount? 40,000 rupees. Every year, how much deduction can you claim, sir? You can claim a deduction of 40,000. If you have any zero coupon bond, and if there is any discount on that zero coupon bond, whatever discount is there on that zero coupon bond should be amortized over the useful life of zero coupon bonds. If you have any zero coupon bonds, any discount on that zero coupon bonds should be amortized over the useful life of zero coupon bonds. Okay, not okay. If you have any discount, it should be amortized over the useful life of zero coupon bonds. Amortized means what, sir? Spread over the useful life of that bond. Is it clear? Is it clear? Now, in one examination for CA Inter students, they had asked a question. There is a zero coupon bond issued on 10th of June 24. Okay, issued on which date, sir? 10th of June 24, which has a face value of 1 lakh. And issue price is how much, sir? 75,000. And the life of this zero coupon bond is 1 year. Now the question was, what is the deduction allowed for the previous year 24-25? What is the deduction which you are going to allow for this year? For 24-25, what is the deduction allowed? Sir, 25,000 deduction is allowed. One question, one answer I am receiving. 25,000, one more answer I am receiving. 25,000. 1 lakh rupees. Hey, my expense is only 20. How much deduction is allowed, sir? Hey, please note, what is my expenses? So, of course, I should get deduction of this. But how much will be allowed in this year is the question. Lawmaker says, deduction allowed will be 25,000 into 10 divided by 12. So, in this year, the asset, the zero coupon bond had a life of 10 months. So, 10 divided by 12, how much, sir? 20,833.33 rupees. Sir, wait. What about the 20 days? Sorry, what about the 10 days, sir? 10 days, though, you have not taken into consideration. Sir, you are taking from June. What about 10 days? 10 days of that June, you are not taking that into consideration. Lawmaker says the validity of zero coupon bonds should be taken from the date of issue of that bond. From the date of issue of the bond, not on yearly basis. In the previous case, I did not tell anything about date of issue. So we amortized over useful life divided by 5 directly we did. But when the date of issue is given in the question, we should take it from date of issue. And if it is a part of month and the month is more than 15 days, it should be taken as full month. Now, if you see over here, I have taken 10 months, meaning I have included June month also. But June month, it was only for 20 days, no? But still, lawmaker says part of month more than 15 days will be taken as full year. Yeah, have you understood this? Shall I check once? There is a zero coupon bond having face value of 2,50,000. Issue price is 2 lakhs. Life of zero coupon bonds is 2 years. Issue date is 20th of August 24. What is the deduction allowed for 24-25? What is the deduction allowed for 24-25? 14,580 rupees you are telling. 14 lakh 14,583. 16,663. I have no idea. Hey, how come I am getting 3-4 answers, Gobes? Yeah, you do and tell me. I'll go to washroom and come. Done. Come on, India. What Google? One small question. Something which they'll not ask in the exam only. You are taking so much time to discuss.
Preliminary expense. The preliminary expenses.
What is the answer?
14.
Now, in this year, how many months? 2 years means how many months, sir? 24 months. Correct? No. So 50,000 is the discount. Hello. Hey, 50,000 is the discount. How sir 50,000? 2,50,000 minus 2,50,000 divided by 24 months. Hey, divided by 24 months. In this year, how many months? I'll ignore August month. September, October, November, December, January, February, March. How many of you got this answer? Anyways, they'll not ask in exam. Discount on zero coupon bonds is amortized over the useful life of zero coupon bonds. Discount on zero coupon bonds is amortized over the useful life of zero coupon bonds. Discounts on zero coupon bonds will be amortized over what, sir? Useful life of zero coupon bonds. Next, employer contribution to employee का welfare fund. Employer का contribution. Please note. You remember few days back we discussed that there is a dabba in which employee is putting money, employer is putting money. If I as an employer is putting the money in that fund, don't you think it is an expenses for me? Correct? It is an expenses for me. Now, because it is an expenses for me, lawmaker says you can claim deduction. Okay. Employer's contribution to employee ka welfare fund. If it is a recognized provident fund, if it is an approved, what is this? Superannuation fund, approved girlfriend. What is this? Gratuity fund, statutory provident fund, other approved welfare fund. If the fund is what? Pratiksa, if the fund is Pratiksa. If the fund is recognized provident fund, approved superannuation fund, approved gratuity fund, statutory provident fund, or any other approved welfare fund, deduction is allowed. Deduction is allowed subject to 43B. What, sir? Subject to what, sir? 43B, meaning only if the money is paid within the due date of filing. If it is a pension fund, then deduction is allowed based on the limit. But we'll see about that limit later. Yeah, how much I have written? Please note, if I put the money in the fund from my pocket, it is an expenses for me. If I put the money in the fund from my pocket, it is an expenditure for me. So lawmaker says I'll allow as deduction. Employers contribution to employee का वेलफेयर फंड, एम्प्लॉयर का कंट्रीब्यूशन टू एम्प्लॉई का वेलफेयर फंड, एम्प्लॉयर का कंट्रीब्यूशन टू एम्प्लॉई का वेलफेयर फंड. Now please note two arrows. The fund which is there is an approved fund, or the fund which is there is a recognized fund. Whatever fund it is, that fund is an approved fund or recognized fund. Lawmaker says it does not matter what fund it is. If it is approved and recognized, I will give you deduction. For whatever contribution is made, I will give you deduction, but subject to 43B. Subject to 43B means what, sir? provided the condition is that you should pay the money to that fund. You should deposit the money in this fund within the due date of filing income tax return. Sir, no sir, the fund in which I am putting money is not an approved fund. The fund in which I am putting money is unapproved fund, or it is unrecognized fund. Lawmaker says if the fund is only not approved, deduction will never be allowed. If the fund is not approved, will you get deduction? Lawmaker says ille. Deduction will never be allowed. Now please note, same to same similar provision is there, but if you deposit the money in 80 CCD pension fund, same provision is there. If you deposit the money in which fund, sir? 80 CCD pension fund. If you deposit the money in 80 CCD pension fund, then here, if you deposit the money in 80 CCD pension fund, then the deduction which will be given will be amount contributed. Amount contributed. 80 CCD pension fund, how much deduction will be given, sir? Amount contributed by you, or 14% of salary, whichever is less. Amount contributed by you, or 14% of salary, whichever is less. Over here, salary means basic pay plus DA incomes. If you are contributing the money to which fund, sir? If you are contributing the money to 80 CCD pension fund, then amount contributed or 14% of salary, whichever is less, will be allowed as deduction. You okay, not okay? I am a businessman. There you are an employee. There you are seeing from your angle. There it is an income for you. Now please see. I'll come to that point again. There is one more thing. Employer ka contribution we saw. Now we are seeing employee ka contribution to the fund. Employee ka contribution. If there is any money which is contributed by employee to the fund, whether it is provident fund, superannuation fund, employee state insurance fund, or any other welfare fund of employee, first it is treated as income, and then deduction is allowed if it is paid within the due date of that act. First it will be treated as income. I will allow it as a deduction if it is paid within the due date of that act. That means now please see. Please understand this carefully now. I'll discuss both the points again. Now let us say there is a fund. Let us call this as recognized provident fund. Who puts the money? Employee puts the money. Employer puts the money. Let us say the money put in the fund is 10,000 rupees. Employee put 10,000 rupees. Employer also put 10,000 rupees. Now, if employee has to put the money, no, please note, this fund which is there, who will have right in this fund, sir? Who will have access to the fund? The fund will be accessed by employer. Meaning, for example, you have a locker in your house. Who will have access to that locker, sir? Your parents will have access to that locker. Now, can I go and access that locker, sir? No, yes, sir. My father will allow it. Can I have the access on that locker, sir? Lawmaker says normally no, sir. That locker you will not be getting access. Now, similarly, this fund is there. No, in this fund, who can put the money? Only employee. Not employee. Only employer can put the money. Who can put the money in this fund? Employer can put the money. Now, if employee is putting 10,000, okay, employee is putting 10,000, he should put this 10,000 within due date of filing income tax return, which is 31st of July or 31st of October. So for employees money to be put in this fund, what is the limit, sir? What is the time limit available? 31st of July or 31st of October. Whereas employee ka money, employee has to put money in this fund. Can employee put the money directly in the fund? Lawmaker says employee, what he will do is he will give the money to the employer, because who has the access to the fund? Now he gives the money to the employer, and then employer will give that money to the fund. Are you understanding? Employee directly cannot put any money to the fund. He will give the money to the employer, and employer has to put the money. Now please note, employee has given the money to you. Let us say this is February month. Okay, February month. For February month, the due date to pay money in the provident fund is 21st of March. Whatever amount you have deducted as provident fund, what is the due date of paying that PF amount? 21st of next month. Due date is basically 21st of next month. Now there is a fund, recognized provident fund, in which 10,000 rupees is given by employee, 10,000 rupees is given by employer. Now employer also has to put the money within what date? 21st of March. Employee also has to put the money within 21st of March. Okay, not okay? Employee directly cannot put the money. So what will he do? His share of 10,000, he will give it to his employer, and employer has to put employee ka share. Now employer for putting employee ka share, he has time limit only till 31st of March. Yeah, 21st of March. He has time limit only of 21st of March, meaning the due date to file, make the payment within PF Act. But for putting his 10,000 rupees, normally he is supposed to put by 21st of March, but he has time limit till 31st of July or 31st of October. Okay, so if he puts his money within this date, deduction will be allowed. But employee ka money you are taking, what do you want to do with his money? If employee has given the money to you, put directly in that account. Why are you holding it with you? If you hold it with you, if you don't put the employee ka contribution within the due date of that act, that act means what's act, sir? PF Act. Deduction will never be allowed. Deduction will never be allowed. Are you understanding what means? Deduction will never be allowed. If the money is not put within that act itself, deduction will never be allowed. Is it clear? Hello everyone. Mic testing 1 2 3 4 5. For my contribution time limit is
31.
My contribution time limit is 31st of, meaning the due date of filing income tax return. But for your contribution, you cannot put the money directly, you will give the money to me. Now the money which I have belongs to you, right? Now if I am holding it with me, that means I am using your money for some other purpose. Lawmaker says you are doing wrong. This is not right. Other people's money you cannot keep. Other people's money, if they have given the money to you, directly put it. If they have not given, then okay, no problem. They have given the money to you, you directly put it in that fund. If you don't put it within the due date of that act, then lawmaker says that deduction will never be allowed. Okay, yeah.
Even after it's paid.
Yeah. Is it clear, students? Hello. Now, please note, difference is there, huge difference is there. For my contribution, I should pay within 43B. If I don't pay within 43B, no problem, deduction will be allowed in next year. But for your contribution, employee ka contribution, it will be treated as income first. And deduction will be allowed if it is paid within the due date of that act. If it is not paid, not allowed. Never allowed. Okay, not okay? Now, if you are into trading business, what business? If you are into trading business, what business, sir? If you are into trading, you know trading? trading. No, stock market trading, shares and securities you are buying. You will have to pay a tax called as security transaction tax and commodity transaction tax. Lawmaker says you can claim deduction of the security transaction tax and commodity transaction tax. If you are in what business? Trading business. Now there are some businesses for which what is important, sir? Animals are also required. There are some businesses for which what are required? Animals are required. Now, under income tax law, you don't get deduction when you purchase the animal. Actually, expenses is incurred when you purchase the animal, but lawmaker says no, I'll not give you deduction at the time when you purchase it. I'll give the deduction to you when the animal become permanently useless. I'll give the deduction to you when the animal will become permanently useless. Sir, what do you mean by this? For example, animal you will convert into non-vegetarians. Yeah, you can. I understand. I understand. For example, security business. Security guard. Dog is there. Dog is also is animal. Now, dog. In case of security business, what will happen is the dog. In case of security business, the dog which is there, that is one of the animal which they are purchasing. At the time when they purchase the dog, they will not give any deduction. But when the dog dies, you can claim deduction. How much deduction can you claim? Whatever was your purchase price of the dog, cost of the dog, less scrap value. Meaning you sell the dog, they'll use it for biryani, etc. So whatever it is. So whatever amount you are getting. Yeah, there is something like this, no, bow biryani. It is not there here. Or you have not had it. Anyways. Or sir, okay, dead though we understand. What do you mean by permanently useless, sir?
Purpose of
The dog is biting you and your dog. Who way dog it is? Correct? So it became permanently useless. Then, expenditure incurred for family planning. Oh, expenditure incurred for family planning. Maja is there in life. The deduction is allowed only to whom, sir? Companies. Hey, please note, whatever you are thinking, no, that expenditure only they are talking about. Maja is there. Hey, whatever you are thinking right. They are talking about that particular expenditure only over here. Expenditure incurred for what, sir? Family planning. I'll tell you. Expenditure incurred for family planning. Now please note. Yes. Most asked doubt in the classroom is this one. Now please see. What happens is, long ago, very long ago. Hey, please note. You know India's population? India's population is huge. What is the reason? I mean, whatever is the reason, why are we bothered about that? Now, no electricity and hey, go base. Now, what happened was, she's anyways talking to someone. Oh, someone else to became major 2 days back. No, yeah, no problem. No, she's under. Understood, sir. Understood. Yeah, but she was talking to someone when I told someone. Did you hear what I told? No, before that, what I told. You don't know. She'll tell you, explain. She's right. No, never in her life she has written notes. Now she is making notes. Now please see. Puma, inge pa. Hey, Puma, inge pa. Electricity, inge pa. Now please see. What are we discussing, by the way? Now what happened was in India, no, the major issue was in India, the major problem was population. Meaning that time, not now. This provision did not come now. Okay, long back in 1980s, this provision had come. What happened was in India, the major problem which Indian government was facing is population. Sir, how is it a problem? That is good only, no, sir. No, the problem over here is India's income was not growing, but population was growing. Just imagine, one single person is earning 1 lakh. Now, one single person has four dependents on him, including him. There are four people who are dependent on him, and he's earning still that 1 lakh rupees only. That means individually the income is only 25,000. Though I may feel that I may feel happy that, oh wow, I'm earning 21 lakh rupees per month, etc. Actually, if you see, my actual income is only 25,000 because there are people who are dependent on me. Correct? No, correct. So per individual, the income in India is very low. Why this was happening, sir? Because population is increasing, and to compensate that, the income of the person is not increasing. Therefore, it will lead towards poverty. Your more children will not be able to give food, and lot of deaths were happening at that time. Why? There was no proper medical facility and no proper hospitals were there for all these things, etc. Now, so government at that time they decided that let us at least see, we understand if a person is not working, a farmer and all, we understand, okay, he's not he's not working anywhere, he's not having any job, etc. We understand that it makes sense that he has a children. But these Gube people who are educated people, they are also having 10, 15 children. That is not understandable. So what government decided at that time, they got a provision. They got a provision under income tax law telling you incur expenditure in your business. You incur expenditure in your business for family planning. Sir, what type of expenditure we will incur, sir? Because you educate them, you call some doctors, you call some maybe some economists, etc. You educate them that what is the impact if you have more number of members, etc. What is the impact in society? Or you see this advertisement everywhere. You are seeing this advertisement, "Bacche do acche," like they say that we are two, we should have two. That advertisement is there in Tamil Nadu also. Yeah. Hey, someone told me what it is from? Now we were. Something like this. What is he telling? Na ivra namake unlimited. Now please note. So what government decided was, they told companies, hey company, see please note. For government employees though, they made a rule. For government employee, nowadays if you are a person who is a government employee, if you have more than 2 children, you will not get promotion. So that rule they have got. So for government employees though, if they want promotion in their life, if they want to earn more, so they'll have to control their emotion. And for other people who are not a government employee but want to go to political career, if you have more than 2 children, okay, if you are having more than 2 children, then the condition over there also for them, if you are having more than 2 children, you cannot apply for any political post. Okay, please note, this was made recently. Whatever rule I am telling was made recently. So you will see many politicians who has more than 2 child, they will donate Allah. They will, meaning their brother or someone else will adopt their children. Okay, so that is happening. That is very normal. So for companies, the lawmaker told, you do one thing, you incur expenditure. You incur expenditure for educating them what is the impact of having less children or whatever it is, whatever the case is. So if you are going to incur expenditure for that, I will give you deduction. As simple as that. If you are going to incur the expenditure for educating your employees, I will give you the deduction. Now, if that expenditure incurred by you is a capital expenditure, deduction will be given in 5 equal installment. If it is a revenue expenditure, 100% deduction will be allowed in the year when that expenditure is incurred. This is applicable only for companies, not for any other type of associate. It is applicable only to company. Last point for our discussion under section 36(1), which is what, sir? Bad debts. Which is what, sir? Bad debts. Very beautiful, very important. One of the most important point is what, sir? Bad debts. Now placing a part, students. bad debts. In accounts, we have two things. What are these two things which we have in accounts? One is called as or provision for bad debts, and we have one more thing called as actual. What is the difference between provision for bad debts and actual bad debts? What is the difference between provision for bad debts and actual bad debts? Provision for bad debts means what, sir? You are expecting that this much amount I am not going to receive from my debtors, so I am making a provision. I am expecting that this year my debtors amounting to this much will not pay me the money. Therefore, what am I doing? I am making a provision. Is it actually happening, sir? No. My expectation is that I am not going to receive this much in this year. That is my provision for bad and doubtful debts. Bad debts is actual bad debts. If someone has not paid the money at all. Lawmaker says, under income tax law, not only provision for bad debts, but any type of provision is not allowed as deduction. Under income tax law, not only provision for bad debts, but any type of provision is not allowed as deduction. So provision for bad debts is what, sir? Never allowed as deduction. Provision for bad debts is never allowed as deduction. Sir, it is not a provision, sir, it is actually a bad debt. Provision for bad debts is never allowed as deduction. Sir, what if it is an actual bad debts? Lawmaker says, if it is an actual bad debts, I will see that bad debt is related to what? If it is an actual bad debts, I will check whether that bad debts is related to now. If there is any bad debt, I will see whether that bad debt is related to your business or it is related to the loan given by you to someone. If there is any bad debts, I will see whether that bad debts is related to your business or that bad debt is related to the loan given by you to someone. Is there a difference between this? Related to loan given means I gave money to you, you did not pay that money to me. Bad debt is related to loan. My business is not giving loan. I gave sarees to you. I am into sale of sarees. I sold sarees to you. Now you did not pay the money to me. Bad debts are related to my business. So lawmaker says whenever there is a bad debt, you check why is that bad debts for. Is that bad debts for the loan which is given by you, or is that bad debts for the business which you are in? If it is bad debts related to the loan given by you, lawmaker says, yeah, I may give loan to you, some, let us say my business only, I'm sari business. One of my customer told, sir, I'm planning to purchase a house, so give me some money. I gave them money. Or someone brands. No, that is other. I mean, that is, yeah, that is also loan.
For my employee.
Yeah, that loan is also covered wherein you are giving to your employee, your relatives, any type of loan. If that person is not repaying, that is a bad debts for you. So if the bad debts is related to the loan given, then it is never allowed as if the bad debts is related to what, sir? Loan given by you, then it is never allowed as deduction. But if it is a business related bad debts, If it is a business related bad debts, then deduction will be allowed. If it is what, sir? If it is a loan related, deduction will not be given. But if it is related to your business, lawmaker says I'll give you deduction, subject to condition. There are two conditions which you have to fulfill. Only then business related bad debts will be allowed as deduction. What are these two conditions, sir? That debt should be treated as income, and then that debt should be written off in books of accounts. That debt should be treated as income, and that debt should be written off in the books of account. That debt should be treated as income, and that debt should be written off in the books of account. Please note. Debt should be treated as income. Two conditions should be satisfied to write off a debt. That debt should be treated as income, and you should write off the debt in your books of accounts. For example, let us say this is my profit and loss account. I made a sale of 10 lakh rupees, and all these are my credit sales. All this is what, sir? My credit sale. Let us say I made the sale to Bhagya. I made the sale to Bhagya. Now, what is the entry which I am going to pass in my books account? Yeah, what is the journal entry? Sir, Bhagya account debit to sales account. Bhagya account debit to sales account. So 10 lakhs, 10 lakhs. Now, so what happens, sir? Sales went to profit and loss account, and Bhagya will go where? Bhagya will go to balance sheet. We will have a debtor called as Bhagya 10 lakh. Correct, not correct? Now, I made the sale in the previous year 22-23. 2 years back, I made the sale. That means Bhagya has to pay the money to me. Bhagya has to pay the money to me. I went to Bhagya. I asked her, Bhagya, oh Bhagya, please pay the money to me. She said, who are you? I said, what Tarkurism you are doing? Bhagya, please pay the money to me. She said, okay, come. Next month, I'll pay the money. I came in the next month. She again did not pay. So I kept on going to her, but she never paid the money to me. And finally, what happened? I told, see Bhagya, if you don't pay the money to me now, then I'll give a police complaint. She said, okay, wait Dilip. Genuinely, I'll tell you, Dilip, what is wrong with me is I don't have the 10 lakh rupees. I have purchased goods from you. I know, yes, I have purchased goods from you, but I don't have 10 lakh rupees. Dilip, I will pay you 8 lakh rupees only. She paid me how much, sir? 8 lakh rupees, and 2 lakhs was not paid. Now, the amount which was not paid, that is my bad debts. Correct, no? Now, lawmaker says, when did she pay this previous year 24-25, and when was it understood to me that she is not going to pay me the balance 2 lakh rupees in the year 24-25? Now, lawmaker says you can subtract in profit and loss account of the current year. The current year profit and loss account which you are preparing, you can subtract bad debts of how much, sir? 2 lakh rupees. You can subtract bad debts of 2 lakh rupees. Condition. What is the condition? Condition number 1. That debt should be treated as income. Was it treated as income? Not in this year, but can I say 2 years back? Yes, I had treated it as income. Hello. This debt should be treated as income. So, condition number 1. 2 years back, when I sold the goods to her, I had treated that amount as income. Now, condition number 2 is what, sir? It should be written off in the books of accounts. I should have written off that in my books of accounts. Now, second thing is what, sir? In that year, I would have prepared balance sheet. Correct, no? In balance sheet, there is a receivable of 10 lakhs from Bhagya. I received 8 lakh rupees. Can I say still 2 lakh rupees receivable is there? When you are not going to receive it, her amount should become zero. No. In your books of accounts, her debtors balance should be zero because you are not going to receive and you are recording it as bad debts. So, how will you make it zero? Bad debt account debit to Bhagya account. So 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs. Therefore, you are recording 2 lakhs here, and her account is getting written off. The debt which is there, that is getting written off. So what is happening over here, sir? That debt should be treated as income and that should be written off in the books of accounts. If these two conditions are satisfied, then you can claim as deduction. Okay, not okay. If these two conditions are satisfied, you can claim it as deduction. Hey, is it clear? Hello? Hello? Maja is there. Welcome to. Yeah, please note. Bad debts. Related to business, allowed as deduction. Related to loan given, not allowed as deduction unless until my business is only giving, unless until my main business is giving what, sir? Loan. Provision for bad debts, never allowed as deduction. To allow bad debts as deduction, there are two conditions. Condition number one, debt should be written off in the, debt should be treated as income in the previous year before treating it as bad, and the debt should be written off in the books of account. Now, sometimes what may happen is bad debts may be recovered. Bhagya, after 5 years, she came to me. Sir, do you remember me? I said, how can I forget you? She came to me, she told me, sir, do you remember me? I said, how can I forget you? You were the person who did not pay my 2 lakh rupees. So she said, yes, sir, I came today to repay that 2 lakh rupees. She's talking about Gube. She was loyal to one person. She got married to that person. Therefore, she became rich and she came back to me. Joycey, bad debt. Now what happened? 3, 4, 5 years back, she did not pay the money. Now after 5 years, she came back to me and she told, sir, you remember, sir, I did not pay the money to you. Now I am here back, sir. I wanted to pay. I could not sleep, sir. From last 3 years, I am not getting sleep at all, sir. I am not getting any sleep at all from last 3 years. Therefore, sir, every time I used to sleep once in a year, at least you used to come in the dreams and you used to haunt me. You used to come and tell me you have not paid 5 lakh, 1 to 2 lakh rupees to me, etc., etc. Therefore, sir, now I have come here to pay that 2 lakh rupees. So there was a bad debts of 2 lakh rupees which I recorded in the year 24-25. There is a recovery of that bad debts. There is what, sir? Recovery of bad debts happening. Lawmaker says recovery of bad debts is treated as business income. Why, sir? Because you had recorded the expenses that year. You had recorded it as an expenses bad debts, so your profit had decreased in that year. Now, if you are recovering that, that means that expenses should not have been recorded. If you would have not have recorded that expenses, the profit would have been more. No. So, recovery of bad debts will be treated as deemed as business income. Recovery of bad debts is deemed as business income. Recovery of bad debts is deemed as business income as per section 41 subsection 3. So there is a section 41 subsection 3 4 maybe, yeah, 4. Section 41 subsection 4 says recovery of bad debts is deemed as business income. Okay, not okay? Are you understanding this? Now sometimes what may happen is, you have claimed a deduction. As per me, I have claimed bad debts. As per me, I have claimed bad debts of 5 lakh rupees. In the previous year, 22-23, how much bad debts did I claim? 5 lakh rupees is the bad debts which is claimed by me. Now 5 lakh rupees is the bad debts which is claimed by me. Now I recovered In 24-25, I recovered 3 lakh rupees. How much is deemed as business income? 3 lakh rupees is deemed as business income. Okay, not okay? Yes, sir, this is clear. Now, bad debts claimed by me in the year 23-24 was 10 lakh rupees. Now, once you file your income tax return is verified by assessing officer, income tax officer. He told Dilip, you have claimed too much bad debts, Dilip. I will allow a bad debts of 6 lakhs only. I filed my income tax return. At the time when I filed my income tax return, how much bad debts did I claim? 10 lakhs. But officer told how much will he allow? 6 lakhs. Therefore, 4 lakhs is not allowed by him. So, 4 lakh rupees was not allowed by him. At that time, it will be added to my profit and I have to pay tax on this. See, basically, if you are not giving expenses to me, that means my income is going to increase. If you are not giving expenses to me, my income is going to increase. So that year when he did not allow me 4 lakh rupees, I would have paid tax on that 4 lakh rupees in that year only. Now today I am recovering 5 lakh rupees. How much is taxable? Today I am recovering 5 lakh rupees. How much is taxable? Lawmaker says, in this 5 lakhs, only 1 lakh is taxable. See, normally full amount should be taxable. But lawmaker says, because you have already paid tax on 4 lakh rupees at that time, whatever is recovered minus what is already paid, subtract whatever is left over is only your business income now. Okay. So, if you are recovering, if the recovery is more than the allowance, then difference only will be taxable. This is all about section 36. Section 36. I think we have covered everything. You want to write this or we'll continue next? Recovery of bad debts, sir. You have paid, I sold goods worth rupees 10 lakhs to you. You did not pay the money to me. I waited for 5 years, you did not pay the money. I recorded it as bad debts in my books of accounts. Now after 2 years you came back and you gave me 2 lakh rupees. What is this? Recovery of bad debts. This is deemed as business income under section 41. Okay, not okay. Now I recorded a bad debts of 10 lakh rupees. But income tax officer says, no, Dilip, 10 lakh is huge amount. I will give you only 6 lakh rupees. So because he allowed only 6 lakh rupees, balance 4 lakhs, though I wanted to claim 10 lakhs, he told, no, you can claim only 6 lakhs. Therefore, I would have paid taxes on 4 lakh rupees. Now I recovered 5 lakh rupees. So as per me, it should have been 10 lakhs. I have recovered how much? 5 lakhs. Lawmaker says, don't pay tax on entire 5 lakhs because you have already paid tax on 4 lakhs, pay now only on 1 lakh. So if the recovery is happening, you should see how much was allowed by the officer. Hey, are you writing this or shall I go to the next point? No. This section I am telling, only this chart I am telling. Okay. Next point. If you remember, section, this first line which we drawed in our life, this first line which we drew, oh students, the first line which we drew, I told you income should be taken as per 28 and 41. Expenses should be taken from section 30 to 37. All the expenses are done. Last one section is there. What is that? 37. Last section under expenses, which is section 37 is. No idea, Sundari. Too many topics. This is still just started. And problem is we cannot give questions because this will be only one item. In your 15 marks question, it is only one item. Which item will come? It is most of the items are useless only. Whatever I have written is a shorter version of whatever is there in the law, in the book. In the book, there are a lot of extra things which are not relevant at all, but still there. Section 37. What is section 37 talking about? General deduction. General deduction, general deduction. This section allows for deduction of all other business expenses. This section allows deduction for what, sir? All other types of business expenses. Meaning, hey, section 30 to 36 we have studied. 30 was for building, rent, repairs, etc. 31 was for plant and machinery. 32 is for depreciation. 33, don't know, sir. 34, don't know, sir. 35, I believe, sir. In don't know means those sections are there but not applicable for this. Some scientific research, etc. In that also a lot of sections are there. 36 we saw just now. 37. 37 talks about general expenses. Now lawmaker says if there is any expenses which you are incurring for your business purpose and if it is not covered anywhere else, you claim deduction over here. If there is any expenses which you are incurring for your business purpose and if it is not covered anywhere else, claim the deduction for that expenses over here. If there is any expenses for which you have claimed deduction under, if there is any expenses which is not covered anywhere else, and if that expenditure is incurred by you for your business purpose, claim the deduction over here. For example, have we discussed about electricity charges? Have we discussed about audit fee, accounting fees? But don't you think I will incur these expenses in my business purpose? For example, I will incur water charges. I am going to incur internet charges. We are using internet over here. So lawmaker says if there is any expenses which is not covered anywhere else and if that expenditure is incurred by you for your business purpose, then I will give a deduction to you over here. Section 37. But there are some conditions. That expenses which is there should be not covered under section 30 to 37. That is condition number 1. If it is already covered over there, why are you coming to me? If it is already covered over there, why are you coming to me? So that expenses should not be covered under section 30 to 36. Such expenses should be wholly and exclusively for. It should be an expenses incurred by you only for your business purpose. It should be wholly and exclusively for. Business means of course professionals. It should be wholly and exclusively for your business or profession purpose. That expenses should not be your personal expenses. It should be a business related expenses or profession related expenses, but not a personal expenditure. It should not be an expenses of capital nature, because capital expenditure you will put it in your balance sheet. So it should not be a capital expenditure. Please note, it should not be covered under 30 to 36. It should not be exclusively. It should be exclusively for your business, not covered under. It is not of personal expenses. It is not a capital expenditure, and it should not be an offense prohibited by law. It should not be an offense prohibited by law. If these conditions are satisfied, then for that expenditure you can claim deduction under this section. Which section? 37. If these conditions are satisfied for that expenditure, you can claim deduction under this section. Which section, sir? Section 37. Expenses should not be covered under 30 to 36. It should be wholly and exclusively for your business purpose. It should not be a personal expenditure. It should not be a capital expenditure, and it should not be an offense prohibited by law. If these conditions are satisfied, you can claim the deduction. You okay or not okay? No. Now, there is something called as penalty for breach of law and penalty for breach of contract. What is penalty for breach of law and what do you mean by penalty for breach of contract? Penalty for breach of law Penalty for breach of contract. What is?
So for a contract, if we breach, we will give some compensation. Expenditure in the company.
Breach of law?
Really, like, not hit by court and paying penalty, settlement penalty.
Now, for example, we know that we are not supposed to ride a bike without wearing helmet. If we do it, then we'll have to pay a penalty. How much, sir? 1,000 rupees. Now, one of my employee was delivering sarees to someone. While that time, he was riding the vehicle without wearing helmet. He paid a penalty of 1,000 rupees. That is a penalty for breach of law. I am not following the law. Because I am not following the law, that penalty was taken from me. Penalty for breach of law is not allowed as deduction. I told Darshini that Darshini, I'll supply goods to you. I told Darshini I'll supply. Darshini told me, sir, oh sir, I'm going to get married in the month of December. Sir, I'm going to get married in the month of December. I said, congratulations, Darshini. She said, no, sir, I don't want congratulations. I want sarees. I want you to supply sarees to my marriage. I said, okay. She told, sir, I want 1,000 Mysore silk saree for my marriage purpose. So whoever is going to come to my marriage, I'm going to give them sarees, sir. So I want 1,000 Mysore silk saree. I said, okay, I'll supply 1,000 Mysore silk saree. She told, please, sir, please supply it on my marriage date, because if you don't supply on marriage date, then it will not be proper. Good, sir. I said, don't worry, I'll supply. When is your marriage? She told, my marriage is on December 10th, sir. I said, okay, no problem. 9th December, the sarees will be delivered to you. Now, please note. I did not give the saree to her. She told me, sir, if you don't give the saree, no, I'll take a penalty of 1 lakh rupees. I said, no problem. I'll give it. So she did not, I did not give the saree to her within that agreed time limit. What is happening? There is a contract which is entered between both of us. I am not following that contract. Penalty for breach of contract. Now, this penalty of 1 lakh rupees is treated as business expenses. Okay. Why is it treated as business expenses, sir? Because this is a penalty for breach of law. Breach of contract. There is a contract between both of us. That contract terms were breached, so some amount was paid. Lawmaker said it is allowed as deduction. Now please see. Medical industries are there, no medical industries. They give free samples. Doctors and all, they go to doctor, they give free samples. Okay, they give free samples to them. Now that is not allowed as per Indian Medical Association. Indian Medical Association says doctors are not supposed to accept that. It says doctors are not supposed to accept it. It does not say medical companies should not give it for free. It says doctors are not supposed to accept those things. Now the question over here is, doctors are giving, the medical companies, the pharma companies are giving it to free medicines to doctors. Now whether that will be allowed as reduction or not.
For who? The company.
Company only. It is an expenses for company. Now if you are giving it for free, think and answer carefully. There is a breach of law happening. Sir, here deduction will be allowed or not allowed, sir? Lawmaker says yes, deduction will be allowed because the mandate is not for the companies. The mandate is for the doctors. Now you are paying salary to employees. Lawmaker says, if you are paying salary to employees, if that salary is to your employees, lawmaker says, no problem, you can claim it as deduction. If it is a partnership firm paying salary to its partners, if the partner is a working partner, deduction is allowed. If the partner is a sleeping partner, deduction is not allowed because he is not working. Sleeping partner, deduction is not allowed. If you are a director of a company, lawmaker says whatever salary is paid to director of a company, deduction is allowed for that salary. Then leave salary, you know leave salary. Salary will be given to you even when you are taking leave. Deduction is allowed. Next, insurance premium. Please note, this is only about 37 talks only about these points, but these are extra points which I have seen in the question where students may do mistake. Insurance premium is there. Insurance premium. If it is a life insurance premium, deduction is not a. If you are taking life insurance premium, if you are taking life insurance for employee, deduction is not allowed. But if it is scheme insurance, allowed. Health insurance, allowed. Asset insurance, allowed. Yeah. Advertisement expenses. I am doing business. For my business purpose, I may incur advertisement expenses also. Correct? I am asking Shahrukh Khan to be brand ambassador of Priya Sarees. So he is wearing sari and he is advertising. Hey, why are you laughing? What do you think? Priya Sarees can't do all those things. Arey, he has done. Shahrukh Khan is there in sari. Priya Sarees advertisement he has done. Yeah, pink color sari he has worn. You don't trust me only, Gubesh Shahrukh Khan. Two weeks ago. See, these are my customers. My customers are making him wear sari. Hey, what do you think I am doing in my life? A great business I have. He is the brand ambassador of Priya Sarees.
TV show.
Arey, this is not a TV show. You are Tarkuris. Every year on 31st December, we conduct programs for our employees. Okay, every year 31st December, we conduct this program. Over there, he comes and he performs because he's the brand ambassador. See, one of my customer, she told me, Dilip, I want Shahrukh sari only. So you see this sari completely digitally printed. Hey, genuinely I'm telling, what do you think? Yo, Gube, you're laughing. See, one more time, I had called this Gube, Ranbir Kapoor also. But this Tarkuri's expression I did not like, so I rejected him. Ranbir Kapoor also I had him, but I did not like his expression, so what do you think I'm doing in my life? This is all real photos only. Okay, nothing is fake. You see, all this is real. Now, what are we discussing about? Yeah, body builder Shahrukh Khan. I have seen. You have not created.
How was he created?
Shahrukh Khan in sari. Yeah, fine. Dilip in sari is problem.
So, நீங்க
Yeah, I have many photos. What is this? CSR. You know CSR? Corporate Social Responsibility. There is an expenditure which is incurred by the companies. Section 135. Correct? No. Section 135 of Companies Act. You are incurring expenditure for corporate social responsibility. Lawmaker says whatever expenditure you are incurring for corporate social responsibility, whatever expenses you are incurring for corporate social responsibility, I will not allow as deduction. Because it is not a business expenses. Correct? This is not a business expenses. Now, you are doing business, you pay taxes. You are doing business, you are paying taxes. Any colors? You are doing business. What, sir? You are going to pay taxes. Lawmaker says under income tax law, anything related to income tax is not expenses. Under income tax law, please note. On your profit, you pay income tax. Now, that also you subtract from profit, then what Gubeism you are doing? So, income tax, under income tax law, anything related to income tax is not allowed as deduction. So, if you are paying direct tax, whether it is tax, surcharge or cess, deduction is not allowed. Interest, not allowed. Penalty also not allowed as deduction. Whereas, if it is indirect taxes, under income tax law, meaning when you are computing any person's income, you are paying what, sir? GST on that income. Lawmaker says deduction is allowed. You are paying interest because you paid the GST late You are paying interest. Lawmaker says deduction is allowed. Subject to 43B, meaning it should be paid within the due date of income tax return. But if you are paying any penalty under GST law, deduction is not allowed. When I say GST, I include every type of indirect taxes. If it is a penalty, then deduction is not allowed. Why, sir? If it is a penalty under GST law, then penalty is for breach of. Penalty is for breach of all other type of expenses such as telephone expenses, internet expenses, printing and stationery, all are allowed under section 37. Okay, yeah. All other expenses are allowed under section 37. Is it clear? Hello. What is 37 telling? Whatever expenses are there, if it is related to your business, if it is not covered under 32, 37, if it is not personal, if it is not capital, I will allow it under 37, and it should not be an offense prohibited by law. Section 43B, we'll discuss this later. Write down. Write down. Write down. Write down. Taxation of firm. Okay, this is a complete different thing. Start in a new page, Sundri. Taxation of firm. Taxation of firm. It is under this chapter only, but completely new thing, different thing. Taxation of what, sir? Firm. Section 40. Section 40B. Section 40B. Last year December examination, this question was asked for 6 marks. Only this one section they are asked for 6 marks. Last examination. Only this one section.
How long? Short, long, braided.
Burgundy I want. Section 40B. Taxation of, already read, I wrote no. Taxation of firm. Section 40B. Remuneration and interest. Remuneration and interest to partners of partnership firm. Remuneration and interest to whom, sir? Remuneration and interest to partners of partnership. Go back, see properly. Part. I am not doing spelling mistake, you are doing reading mistake. Now, Gubeism is many times when you are with your dot, you understand whatever is not saying also. Correct? What I am trying to say that you are not understanding. Not at this dot. Mother is beautiful person. You don't say her anything, but still she'll understand what you want to have today. Sometimes it happens. Actually, it happens. You would have thought while going home, oh, today I should have that. You would have not told anyone, but you would have just thought that today if I have this, then it will be good. And luckily it happens that is only prepared. And many times this also happens. I mean, I don't know whether it has happened with you or not. That you just think about a friend, that friend will call you, or you will meet that friend somewhere. Yeah, sir. Of course, not everyone. Not whom you want. Yeah, your best friends. Normally, that connection will be there. The remuneration and interest. With me, it used to happen a lot. Now, though, I am so busy in no connection with any friend at all. With me, every time I used to think about a friend, that friend used to call me. When he used to think about me, I used to call him, something like this. Section 40B. Remuneration and interest to the partners of partnership. What do you mean by remuneration? Hey, what do you mean by remuneration? Remuneration means salary, bonus, commission, or any other sum. What is remuneration? Janduba. Remuneration means what, sir? Salary, bonus, commission. Remuneration means what? Salary, bonus, commission. Salary, bonus, commission, or any other sum. Salary, bonus, commission, or any other sum. Meaning, you are paying salary to employee. You are paying bonus, you are paying commission, or you are paying any other amount, or you are paying what, sir? Any other amount. Lawmaker says that is your remuneration. To partners, you are paying salary, bonus, anything. Then interest means what, sir? Interest means interest on loan and interest on capital. A partner will give money to the partnership firm. That money is normally called as capital. Sometimes he may also give loan. So interest on loan and interest on capital. Section 40B talks about these two things. Section 40B talks about these two things. What two things? Salary, bonus, commission, and interest on loan or interest on capital. Remuneration and interest. Business is paying the interest. For business, it is an expense. Now, please note, point number 1 with respect to remuneration and interest. Remuneration and interest is allowed as deduction. Remuneration and interest is allowed as deduction. Remuneration and interest is allowed as deduction. Remuneration and interest is allowed as deduction only if it is. Remuneration and interest is allowed as deduction only if it is authorized by remuneration and interest is allowed as deduction only if it is authorized by partnership deed. A, what do you mean by this? Remuneration and interest is allowed as deduction only if it is authorized by partnership deed. What do you mean by this? Remuneration and interest allowed as deduction only if it is authorized by partnership deed. For example, partnership firm. I have partnership firm number 1, which has no agreement. It does not have any agreement or deed at all. It does not have any agreement. There is a partnership firm. It does not have any agreement between the partners. Can I give remuneration and interest to them? Can I give remuneration and interest to partners, sir? Lawmaker says no remuneration and interest. Gube, what have you written? What have you written? Remuneration and interest is allowed as deduction only if it is authorized by partnership deed. Meaning you can subtract remuneration and interest only if the partnership deed is telling you to pay remuneration and interest. Allah. You can subtract remuneration and interest only if the partnership deed is telling you that yes, you are allowed to pay remuneration and interest. Remuneration and interest is allowed as deduction only if it is authorized by partnership. Hey, when I don't have a deed at all, will the deed tell me about paying remuneration and interest? No. Therefore, you cannot give remuneration and interest to partners. Example number 2. I have a partnership firm which has agreement. There is a partnership firm which has agreement, but that agreement does not mention about remuneration and interest. Can I pay the remuneration and interest?
Not authorized.
Can I pay the remuneration and interest? There is a partnership firm. That partnership firm talks about
It's not.
it has an agreement. Okay, that partnership firm has an agreement. That agreement does not talk about remuneration and interest. Can I give remuneration and interest, sir? I cannot give remuneration and interest to partners. I cannot give remuneration and interest to partners. Case number 3. There is a partnership firm number 3. There is a partnership firm number 3 which has an agreement. There is a partnership firm which has an agreement. This agreement talks about remuneration, but it does not talk about interest. What will happen? Remuneration can be given, sir. Interest cannot be. Hey, please note what we are learning over here is as per section 40B. As per section 40B, if there is a partnership firm, you will claim all the expenses as per whatever we have discussed above. Okay. But apart from that expenses, for partners, you also pay something called as remuneration and interest. Can you pay or not? Is this section all about? This section is all about what, sir? Whether remuneration and interest can be paid to partners. Section 40B says remuneration and interest can be paid only if it is given in partnership deed. Only if it is given in partnership deed, you can pay remuneration and interest. Remuneration and interest can be paid only if it is authorized by partnership deed. Meaning, if the partnership deed does not talk about remuneration and interest, you cannot pay it. Remuneration and interest. Remuneration and interest. Maja is there in life. Remuneration and interest. When you are going to get married, no. They'll ask for photo. You send this photo. It is nice, no. So that person should say yes. Maja is there. Go away. After seeing that, if he sees your photo, and huh? Yeah, I know.
You have said it there. You are saying yourself.
No, she said no before that yes, that person will accept. So I am telling. Remuneration and interest is allowed only if it is authorized by partnership deed. Point number 2. Remuneration and interest is allowed prospectively.
He's asking to be what girlfriend? See her eyes.
Now he already has Rapido. Remuneration and interest is allowed as deduction only if it is allowed in part as per partnership deal. Remuneration and interest is allowed prospectively and not retrospectively. Remuneration and interest is allowed what, sir? Prospectively and not retrospectively. Hey, what do you mean by this? Remuneration and interest is allowed prospectively and not retrospectively. Hey, what do you mean by this? Now, let us say there is a partnership firm. There is a partnership firm. Sundari, your names? Darunika and Sandhya. So there is a partnership firm, Darunika and Sandhya. They started their firm. They started on 1st of April 25. They started their firm. When did they start their firm, sir? 1st of April 25. They started their firm, and they were like doing the business from 1st of April. Nicely, they were doing the business, and they also had partnership deed. But in the deed, they did not mention anything about remuneration and interest. They had partnership deed, but in the deed, they have not mentioned anything about remuneration and interest. So, can the firm pay remuneration and interest to them? Can the firm pay remuneration and interest to them, sir? No. Answer is no. Why, sir, firm cannot pay remuneration and interest to them? Because it is not authorized by partnership deed. Now, they came to know about that today in the classroom. In the classroom, they came to know about that I will not be able to take remuneration and interest unless until it is given in the partnership deed. So what did they do? They went and amended the partnership deed today. And they told that both the partners are allowed remuneration as well as interest. And this will be allowed from the date when the partnership firm had started. Today, they made an amendment telling both the partners will be allowed remuneration and interest. That will be allowed from the date when the firm was started. Now what will happen? Lawmaker says, Dilip, yes, remuneration interest will be allowed, but it will be allowed from today. Today is 16th of October. From today, remuneration and interest will be allowed. It will not be allowed for all the periods before this. Remuneration and interest will be allowed prospectively and not retrospectively. You okay, not okay? Next one. Sir, to whom remuneration and interest is allowed? Sir, to whom the remuneration and interest is allowed? To whom the remuneration and interest is allowed? Sir, to whom the remuneration and interest is allowed? To whom the remuneration and interest is allowed? Now, remuneration and interest. Partner can be of two types. One is your working partner. Another one is your sleeping partner. And only you are taking. Working partner and Daya, what happened? Feeling is coming, huh? Hey. What are we discussing? Feeling ante. Hey, Gubes. Sundri, you are not feeling well last 2 days also. Gube. Trust me. You will clear your exam in December 26. Remuneration and interest. Remuneration and interest. Remuneration is there, interest is there. Partners are of two types. Sleeping partner, working partner. Sleeping partner is sleeping. Not sleeping partner is not very active. Now lawmaker says, if you are paying remuneration and interest, if that remuneration and interest, if you are paying remuneration to working partner, if that Kube is working, no. So if you are paying remuneration, lawmaker said it is allowed as deduction. Meaning, a partnership firm can pay remuneration to which partner, sir? Working partner. No problem at all. It can pay remuneration to working partner. But if it is paying it to sleeping partner, lawmaker says that Gube is not working at all. Why are you paying? Gube is not working at all. Why are you paying remuneration and interest? So remuneration and interest to working partner is allowed as deduction. Remuneration and interest to sleeping partner is not allowed as deduction. Sorry, remuneration is allowed as deduction to working partner and not sleeping partner. Interest is paid for what? The money which is given to you, given by you to the firm. Interest is payable on the money which is given by you to the firm. So whether you are a working partner or a sleeping partner, because interest is given on money, interest is allowed as deduction. Because interest is on the money which you pay, interest is allowed as deduction. Okay, not okay? How much remuneration is allowed, sir? How much interest is allowed? Maximum interest maximum interest allowed as deduction. Maximum interest allowed as deduction as per section 40B. Maximum interest allowed as deduction as per section 40B is 12% per annum. How much interest is allowed, sir? 12% to each partner. Maximum interest allowed as deduction to each partner is how much, sir? 12% per annum. Maximum interest allowed as deduction to each partner is 12% per annum. Now please see. Interest mentioned in partnership deed. You should tell me how much interest is allowed. I'll tell you what is the interest mentioned in partnership deed. You should tell me how much interest is allowed. Nothing is mentioned about interest in partnership deed. How much is allowed? Nothing is mentioned in partnership deed about interest. How much is allowed? Nothing. Why, sir? Only it should be mentioned. Only if it is mentioned, it will be allowed. 15% is mentioned. Deed says you should pay interest of 15%. Deed says you should pay interest of 12%. 8%. Are you understanding? If the deed is telling you to pay less interest, I'll pay how much, sir? Less interest. Okay, not okay. Hello. Interest is allowed as reduction only if it is mentioned in partnership deed. And how much is allowed? Maximum 12% per annum is allowed. Maximum how much is allowed, sir? 12% per annum is allowed. So interest allowed is how much? Therefore, interest allowed as deduction is how much, sir? A or B, whichever is. Interest as per deed or limit of 12%, whichever is less. How much interest is allowed as deduction? Interest as per the partnership deed or 12%, whichever is less. Interest as per partnership deed or 12%, whichever is less. Interest as per partnership deed or 12%, whichever is less. remuneration allowed as per section 40B. Sir, how much remuneration is allowed as deduction? Remuneration under section 40B. Remuneration under section 40B depends upon the book profit of the firm. A remuneration is depending upon what? Remuneration is depending upon the book profit of the firm. Remuneration is depending upon what, sir? Book profit of the firm. Book profit to our marks. Up to 6 lakh rupees of book profit. Up to 6 lakh rupees of book profit. And what, sir? Meaning, if your book profit is up to how much, sir? 6 lakh rupees. It is 5 lakhs, 4 lakhs, 6 lakhs. Then book profit into 90%. Book profit into 90% or limit of 3 lakh rupees, whichever is higher. Book profit into 60% or 90%, sorry, or how much, sir? 3 lakhs, whichever is higher. For first 6 lakhs of book profit, it is book profit into 90% or 3 lakhs, whichever is higher. For remaining book profit, whatever balance is there. Balance means what, sir? Amount more than 6 lakhs. So for amount more than 6 lakhs, whatever balance is there into 60%. For remaining book profit, what will I take, sir? Whatever book profit is there into 60%. This is my A, this is my B. So total remuneration is allowed how much, sir? Total remuneration allowed is equal to A plus B. Total remuneration is allowed how much, sir? A plus B. Remuneration is allowed only to working partner. How much remuneration is allowed? It depends on the book profit. Up to 6 lakh rupees of book profit. Up to 6 lakh rupees of your book profit, 90% or 3 lakhs, whichever is higher. Up to 6 lakhs, how much, sir? 90% or 3 lakhs, whichever is higher. And for the remaining amount, how much, sir? 60%. Combine both of that. That is the maximum remuneration you can give. If the company is giving less than this, if the partnership firm pays remuneration less than this to the partners, can I say no problem? Example number 1. My book profit is, example number 1, my book profit is equal to 15 lakhs. Tell me how much remuneration is allowed. My book profit is how much, sir? 15 lakhs. How much remuneration is allowed? Sir, see sir, 15 lakhs divide into 2 arrow marks. 6 lakhs and balance is 9 lakhs. So for first 6 lakhs it is 90% or 3 lakhs, whichever is higher. So what is higher? 5 lakh 40,000. 6 lakhs into 90% is 5 lakh 40,000. And for remaining amount it is 60%, which is again 9 lakhs into 60%, 10 lakh 80,000. Example number 2. My book profit is 9 lakhs. Tell me how much remuneration is allowed. My book profit is 9 lakhs. How much is allowed? 7,20,000 you are telling. Sir, 9 lakhs divided by 2. For first 6 lakhs it is 90% or 3 lakhs, whichever is higher, which is 5 lakh 40,000. And remaining 3 lakh rupees it is how much?
1 lakh 8,000.
So total is 7,20,000 rupees. Example number 3. My book profit is 5 lakhs.
3 lakhs. 4 lakhs.
Sir, 5 lakhs into 60%, 90%, or 3 lakhs, whichever is higher, which is my book profit is 1 lakh. 1 lakh into 90% or 3 lakhs, whichever is higher, which is. Are you understanding? Last example. This year I made a loss. Book loss is 2 lakh rupees. I did not earn profit. I made a loss. How much remuneration? 0 or 3 lakhs, whichever is 3 lakhs. Meaning even if the company is making loss, because partners are working, they should be compensated something. Maximum how much can you pay? 3 lakh. This is, say, please note, this is the limit as per law, but you can pay more than that also. But it will not be allowed. Simple. Yeah, it will not be allowed as deduction when you are computing your income. Is it clear? Sir, you are telling remuneration is based on your book profit. What do you mean by book profit? You are telling remuneration is based on book profit. What do you mean by book profit? Book profit is your business income before remuneration. What is book profit, sir? What is book profit? Profit of the business before remuneration. $130. Before that also maybe. Now book profit is what, sir? Business income as per income tax law before business income or net profit of the company before remuneration. Now, first you should calculate net profit before remuneration and interest. Calculate what, sir? Net profit before remuneration and interest. From that, subtract what? Interest as per 40B. What is left over is book profit. Whatever is left over is what, sir? Book profit. Net profit before remuneration and interest less interest as per section 40B. That will give you book profit. Done. Now, final point. Income of partnership firm and partners. What will happen to the income of partnership firm and the partners? What is going to happen to the income of partnership firm and partners? Income of partnership firm and partners. Please note. If firm is earning anything, firm will have to pay tax on that. What is the rate of tax applicable to firm? If firm earns profit, it is taxable to the firm. And tax rate is what, sir? Flat 30%. Tax rate is how much? Flat 30%. Flat 30% tax it has to pay. If the firm is earning any income, then firm has to pay taxes on that income. Tax rate is how much, sir? Flat 30%. Taxability of income earned by partners from the firm. Now, firm's income we understood. Now, what will happen to partner's income, sir? Whatever partner is earning from the firm, what will happen to that? Two arrow marks. See, partners can earn two things: remuneration and interest, as well as what, sir? Share in profit. Partners can earn two things from the firm. What are the two things which partners can earn? Remuneration and interest, as well as the profit. Remuneration and interest, as well as the profit. Now, a profit is what, sir? It is the income earned by the firm on which firm has already paid the taxes. Profit is the income earned by the firm on which tax is already paid by firm. Now, lawmaker says because the firm has already paid the taxes on the profit, it will be exempt in the hands of partners. Under section 10(2)(a), share in profit, the firm has already paid taxes on the profit. Now the amount on which tax is already paid, that is distributed to the partners. Lawmaker says because the firm has already paid the taxes, why should I collect tax now from the partners? Therefore, whatever share in profit you are getting, that is exempt in the hands of partners.
Pays tax on this profit.
No, on their profit. Book profit is only relevant for remuneration calculation. So if the firm is earning some income, it is already paying tax at 30%. So I don't want to tax that income when it is distributed to partners. Therefore, it is exempt in the hands of partners. Now, apart from that, partners are getting two more things, which is remuneration and interest. Now, here there are two possibilities. What are the two possibilities? Remuneration and interest is within the limit of section 40B. Remuneration and interest is within the limit of section 40B, or remuneration and interest is more than the limit of now when the firm is paying what, sir? Remuneration and interest. That remuneration and interest will be taxable in the hands of partners. Now that remuneration and interest, is it within the limit or it is more than the limit? That is important. Remuneration and interest is within the limit under section 40B, or it is more than the limit under section 40B. Lawmaker says if remuneration and interest is within the limit under section 40B, very good, no problem at all. Very good, no problem at all. It is allowed as deduction to the firm. Why is it allowed as deduction? If for the firm it is a business expenses, right? Whatever remuneration they are paying to partners, please note, partner and the firm are treated as two separate people. So whatever remuneration they are paying or interest they are paying to the partners, if it is as per 40B limit, then lawmaker says very good, no problem. Firm, you please claim deduction of that expenditure incurred by you. And in the hands of partners, it will be taxable. Now, this is an income for partners and it is taxable in the hands of partners as business income. As what income, sir? Business income. Partners will have to pay the tax on this money and it will be taxable in the hands of partners as what, sir? Business income. If you remember section 28, one of the point was remuneration and interest earned by the partners from the partnership firm. Sir, what if the remuneration and interest is What if the remuneration and interest is more than the limit? Sir, I am paying more remuneration and interest, sir. Lawmaker says, then the remuneration and interest up to 40B limit. Then you see what is the limit under 40B. The remuneration interest up to the limit of 40B is allowed as deduction. Is allowed as deduction for the firm. Up to the limit is allowed as deduction, and it would be taxable in hands of partners as business. It will be allowed in the hands of partner as a firm as deduction, and will be taxable in the hands of partners, because up to that limit is allowed. 40B limit is allowed. Sir, what if it is more than 40B limit? Up to the limit allowed, the balance remuneration and interest, the remuneration and interest in excess of 40B limit is not allowed as deduction for firm. And if it is not allowed as deduction for the firm, can I say the firm has to pay tax on that money now? It is not allowed for the firm, that means firm has to pay the taxes, and then it is not, because firm is going to pay the taxes, it is not taxable in the hands of partners. Basically, this is one summary of whatever discussion we had. Lawmaker says remuneration and interest. Remuneration and interest, see, first of all, whatever profit firm is earning, profit firm has to pay the taxes. At what rate, sir? 30%. Now that profit is distributed to the partners in the ratio of their profit sharing ratio. Whatever each partner is getting, the share in profit, that is not taxable in the hands of partners. Why? Because already firm has paid the taxes. Now, partner also gets one more money called as remuneration and interest. Now, this remuneration and interest can be within the limit of 40B, which we just now studied, or it can be more than the limit of 40B. If it is within the limit of 40B, very good. You are following the law. Because you are following the law, I will give you deduction. And in the hands of partners, that amount will be taxable. I am giving deduction to the firm, therefore it is taxable in the hands of partners. Sir, what if the remuneration and interest which I am paying is more than the limit? Lawmaker says you are paying more than the limit, that means you are not following the law. Then whatever is allowed under the law will be given as deduction. Whatever is allowed under the law means whatever is given in 40B will be allowed as deduction. Any extra amount will be taxable in the hands of partners. It will whatever is within the limit is allowed as deduction for the firm, and it will be not taxable in the hands of partners. No, ulta you are telling. It is allowed as deduction to the firm, and in the hands of partner it will become taxable. Why? Because firm has reduced that money from the profit, therefore it is taxable in the hands of partners. But whatever extra amount is there which is more than the limit, for the firm I did not allow, so firm is already paying the tax on that, you don't pay the tax. As a partner you don't pay tax on that money. You okay, not okay? Hello, copy it up. Tell me the answer for question number 9 and 10. Interest to anyways does not matter. For interest, it does not matter. First find book profit, then find the answer. Yes, sir.
1,80,000.
No, sir.
Be minusing the from net profit interest as per
From net profit, will be minusing interest as per 40B.
yeah. 12%. Steady or whichever is less.
Correct.
Lead to the
Yes, sir. I'll do it. A firm comprises of 4 partners A, B, C, D, carrying on business in partnership, sharing profits equally. Shows a profit of 2 lakh rupees after deduction of following. So this is after reducing these below expenses. Remuneration to partner not actively engaged, remuneration to B and C actively engaged, and interest on partnership. What I'll do is simply add back everything. If I add back everything, I'll get profit before remuneration and interest. Correct? No? So what will I do? First, I will find profit before remuneration and interest. I need to first find book profit. Computation of taxable income of firm. Particulars rupees. Net profit as given. How much is given to us? Add back remuneration to partners. Sir, why are you adding back remuneration, sir? Because we don't know whether it is correct or not. 6,60,000, sorry. 80,000 and 90,000, 2 lakh 30,000. So total came to, I'll add interest also, add interest to do D, 36,000 rupees. So what is the total? So this is my net profit before remuneration and interest. I want this profit first. 4,66,000. Once I find this, I'll subtract my interest. Interest is how much, sir? What is the total money which he has put? 1,50,000. 1.5 lakhs into 12%. I'll get what, sir? 18,000 rupees. So now I got my book profit, which is 4,48,000. Now my book profit I have found. I should see how much remuneration is allowed. So remuneration allowed will be how much, sir? 4,48,000 into 90% or limit of 3 lakhs. How much is this? 4,03,200 into or 3 lakh rupees, whichever is higher. 4,03,200. This is the remuneration allowed as per 40B. How much are they giving? There we should take only active partners. How much remuneration are they giving? Sir, total remuneration given by them is 170. Can I say it is within the limit only? I can give how much? 4,03,200. I am giving only 170. So I'll subtract less remuneration allowed under section 40B. Under 40B, whichever is less is allowed, 1,70,000. Therefore, can I say now this is my net profit of firm? Net profit of firm is how much, sir? 2,78,000. My net profit of the firm is 2,78,000 rupees. Okay, not okay? Is this clear? Now they have asked you, what is the, you are required to compute the taxable income of the firm. Firm taxable income to be found and partners also. What is taxable in the hands of partners? Can anyone tell me? In the hands of A, nothing is taxable. In the hands of B, 60,000, sorry, 80,000 is taxable. C, 90,000. D, 18,000. Share of profit will not be taxable in anybody's hand. A, correct, not correct? Hello? See now, taxable income in the hands of partners. A remuneration is given only to working partners, meaning it is allowed only to working partners, so that will be taxable in their hands. 80,000 and 90,000. Interest is given only to D. How much, sir? 18,000 rupees. Now share in profit. Profit is shared between them equally. So 2,78,000 will be divided by 4. 69,500 each person will get. Correct? No. That is exempt under section 10. 2A. A share in profit is exempt under 10 to A. Therefore, what is taxable, sir? Only the amount which they are receiving from the firm. Done. Done. Tell me the answer for next question and let's go. Let us see who gives the answer first. A very easy question. It is copy paste. They have given the profit before deduction only. That means they are directly given you the profit. You don't have to add anything, subtract anything. Directly you can find book profit. The profit which they have given is before deducting following. Should not add anything. Go read this. Wrong, sir. He was busy making.
can add, right? Interest on capital balance. We can add that, right? Interest on capital is 15%. But
No, Sundari, profit is only before anything. They have not subtracted anything. Previously, the profit was given after reducing these things, so we added.
17 lakh. That is the profit. And then we are deducting the depreciation value. 1.5. Interest on capital is there, no? 15%. Actually, it should be 12%. That 15,000 we have to add, right?
So 5 lakh into 12% is how much?
60,000.
That should be subtracted. Ignore Sundari. 9. What is allowed as per law will be subtracted. As simple as that. Only.
That should be added back to the business income.
Yeah. So when you are finding the income of the firm, you will follow the law or what firm is doing.
No.
That's what.
What will do the 15,000? That will also
Nothing will happen. Why should it be added?
the business income, right?
Should pay tax.
But the profit is before subtracting that, right? You will add it only when
If
it
it is not inside, it's a higher you're adding, you can directly add
uh, directly add a subtract 60,000.
Sorry, directly.
Rao and Jain. Rao and Jain is a partnership firm consisting of two partners. Net profit of the firm they have given 17 lakh rupees before deduction of following items. This net profit which they have given is before reducing these things. Before deduction of following items. Salary of 40,000, meaning please note the profit is before reducing following. No problem. The profit which is given to us is what we want. Which profit do we want? Net profit before remuneration and interest only we want. Okay. But if there is any other thing which we are supposed to deduct, we should deduct that. Rao and Jain is a partnership firm having two partners, has a net profit of 17 lakh rupees before deduction of following. Salary 40,000 to each. 40,000 each per month payable to two working partners. It is authorized as per partnership deed. Depreciation on plant and machinery under section 32, 1,50,000. Depreciation should be allowed as reduction. Interest on capital 15%. Capital amount is how much, sir? 5 lakhs. What is the book profit and what is the allowable? Remuneration. Calculation of profit before profit as given and right. Now you have not subtracted anything from this profit. Subtract what is required to be subtracted. Less what? Depreciation under section 32, because that is required to be subtracted. Now I got whatever I wanted. Net profit before remuneration and interest. How much, sir? 15,50,000 rupees. Less. What will I subtract from the net profit? Interest under section 40 B. How much interest is allowed? 5 lakhs into 12%, which is 60,000 rupees. Now whatever is left over is my book profit, which is 14,90,000 rupees. They have asked you to compute the book profit. Correct? No. So this is my book profit. This is my book profit. Second thing which they have asked you is remuneration. Now remuneration, my book profit is how much, sir? Maximum remuneration allowed. Under section 40B, my book profit is 14,90,000 rupees. 14,90,000 rupees. Up to 6 lakhs of book profit, what will I do? Up to 6 lakhs of book profit, what will I do, sir? I'll take 6 lakhs into 90%, which is, and for remaining book profit, remaining amount is how much? 8,90,000 into
5,30,000.
So how much remuneration can I give? 10,74,000 is the total remuneration which can be given by me. Correct, not correct? How much have I paid? How much have I paid? 40,000 I have paid for 12 months for 2 partners. How much have I paid? 9,60,000. Can I say remuneration is within the limit? Therefore, remuneration allowed is equal to rupees 9,60,000 rupees. Why, sir? Because it is since it is within the limit, fully allowed. Let us meet tomorrow. Till then, tada, bye bye, take care, enjoy. Tomorrow we'll complete this topic, business income, this chapter here. Bye 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 bye, online students. Bye bye, take care, enjoy.